Namaskar, good morning, salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, sat sri akal, and whatever else wishes that can be given morning, then good morning to everybody. July 21st, 2020, to all my friends around the globe who may be interested in this talk, in these subjects. I am going to start with, as usual, management, engineering management and otherwise, and certain specifications, and then some other issues like in rural professions, and possible also issue of soil and issue of contracts. Soil technically and contracts professionally are very significant subjects, topics that engineers certainly lack in some information about that. I don't say all engineers, majority of engineers, they do not have any interest in these subjects due to reasons they know only, I can't say, and maybe because these are not having calculation work, numerical works, design works, and these are sleeping subjects. I mean to say, if you study soil, it's like you can say very sleepy subjects. You still are sleeping. If you talk of theory, if you talk of text, if you don't talk of numericals, if you don't talk calculations, you feel that you are lost. You are lost somewhere, and this is practical. Actually, this is not joke. I'm not telling joke to anybody. This is fact of life. I also feel that when I read something, because of my eyes problems, people may not know that because of my eyes problem, I find some problems every time, and that is, of course, you can say, I mean to say, you may say it's due to some other reasons, but I know real reasons, and I find that problem as well. And I can't help it because my both eyes having operated in 2000, 2010 and one in 2011. So my both eyes are artificial lenses, So I find sometimes retinal and lens problems while reading documents, and therefore I sometimes feel strains in my eyes, and that's where you may see, you may feel I'm sleeping. Actually, I don't sleep, I relax. So this is engineering that I'm going to talk to you. This engineering, and let me put it off by fingers only. This is management, and this is system and changes in systems, and this is organization and challenges, and human thinking is last resort, only resort, you can say. Every time I say, maybe you feel bored after the general concrete specifications, total systems, and quality, structured and soil engineering, and reports of soils, FIDICs. These are general topics, silver rail, etc., that I usually cover. Some of them can't cover all every day. Some of them I try to cover. That is, well, I have many more experience-based talks, depending on future and depending on time and depending. Well, I know people are not interested. I know very well. There is nothing to say, depending on regarding engineers. Well, I could not understand engineers still now in my life. I could not understand what is engineering actually, because engineers are different. Engineers are really different. I could not understand engineers as such. What engineers I watched in the world, what engineers I saw in the world are much more different than our community in this country, Bharat, India, which I'm not complaining to anybody, but it's a fact that we are a different world people. We think we are different, but fact is we are not different. We are deficient in everything. That fact we should agree. If you agree, it's fine. If you don't agree, it's up to everybody. Means it's your choice. You agree or don't agree, it doesn't make a difference to anybody. You agree, you may not agree. It's up to you. But facts cannot be denied. Facts are facts, and you have to accept facts. And if you don't accept, No, I will not lose anything. You will lose. We actually are title grading. We engineers in our country here are title grading. We are not work grading. We are title grading, and many engineers don't even remember syllabus of civil engineering they studied in whatever age they passed. And we know that technology is never remain constant, engineering never remains constant. It moves from year to year, and today engineering what we have, it was not there 60, 50, 70 years back. We had brickwork, before that we had stone masonry, and before that something else and else. And there was a time when arcades and arches were more important than something else, based on experience of those people who were architects of that time. Architects doesn't mean architect designation. Architect, a position where man can think, man can imagine. You can imagine something, you can view, like a dream you can view. That's called architect. Everybody is architect. You can say every engineer is architect. In fact, if you don't relate to Architects Act, so you are architect, I am architect, Nehru was architect, Gandhi was architect, and scientists are architects, engineers are architects. Means whatever you can imagine, imagination, and imagination relates to thinking, and thinking relates to your structure of mind. I'm not giving higher value to mind for engineers, but it's also a fact that we are living in a different world where science and technologies dominate this world. Nowadays, information technology, 4G, 5G, and how many Gs would come in future, who knows? Gs are there, but results are not. Communication is there, but answers are not there. Facts are not there. Everything is communication. You can see mobile is being used. Writing language has gone. Talking has gone. Interaction has gone. Dissemination has gone. Debate has gone. What is left? You are sitting among your friends. You are sitting among your family members, but you are not one of them. You are separate, virtually. This is fact of life. Means you are gadget oriented, you are not human oriented, you are not real oriented, you are a fake world person. You are talking to whom, you are not with who, but you are not talking to whom you are there. Don't forget, personality build up is by interaction. It's not by mobile. Mobile can be used, gadgets can be used, but personality comes from interaction with your friends, with your parents, with your neighbors, with your whoever you think you can debate with, talk to. My father, but he was friend of mine because he used to talk to me, I used to talk to him, I used to raise questions. Maybe he could answer, he could not answer, he could answer through someone else. It happens. So because he was not well known about something or many things, but he tried to get me information. My mother did not do that. So still I remember that. Despite not having that much qualification, that much education, he tried to fit in, to deliver to me, son's demands, not money-wise, information-wise. So if you do not use information for your family, for your children, for your neighbor, for your society, you just be busy in something which is not related to you. Just like it's happening on Facebook, it's happening on other social websites. You have many friends. But what's the meaning of that friendship? No meaning. Because it's not productive. It's not productive. We have friendship because word is friendship on Facebook. We can't use other word. It's public actually. It's not friend. Friendship means we call a friend in need is a friend indeed. Who's a friend in need here? No one is friend in need. Everybody has his own worldlings. Everybody's own capacities. I thought people are hungry to learn. That's why I used to spend time on this site, Facebook or else. or many other sites, even in engineering, I used to a lot of time. But I didn't find people are interested. People are selfish actually. Where they find something, they take interest. Otherwise, they don't take interest. I am finding in general management of public, general management of society, maybe professional society, or maybe ordinary civil society, I am finding a distance approach. Everybody wants his own track. If one get him track, he fine. Be very rarely people think of whole world or your own country. There's a stop, there's a comma, a full stop, period. This is a fact. And I'm very serious about that. I thought to share my information to you or to others who interact with me on Facebook, but I am not finding even a single friend who is also friend, so-called friend or public person. No, I'm not finding that. I am finding irrelevant information, somebody's hundreds of photos with nothing to do with me. God's photos, other photos, male-to-male sex photos, this and that, means irrelevant, nothing. I have no relation to those. Just sending and calling and this, I want to see your face. Strange. I think a degree of madness is being occupied all over. You may be educated, you may not be educated. Nobody wants to do homework. Nobody wants to do preparatory. You want to jump on something to get that. They don't believe in going step by step on rise or tread and reaching, landing and then going another flight and reaching your destiny flow. No, it's not. I want shortcut, get me to tell me how to do. No, life doesn't go like this. If you seek information and I get information, that's no use for me, because you shall develop a habit to demand and demand and demand and demand again and again, again and again. This means you will develop a culture in yourself to get something from someone and you sit and then forget that. It doesn't work in profession. It doesn't work even in life. You still have such habit. A person is a person who is a self-oriented, self-made. Self-made. That person is alive, other persons are dead. If you depend on success of others to get part of success and use your success for you, it won't work. It won't work. Yes, you can have money from your parents, livelihood. You don't need about how to eat, when to eat, how to make money. You want to make that. That's different. But if you see, you think yourself, what is your achievement in that? You will feel, oh, I have not done anything. I mean, you will not ever have any confidence in your life, any self-initiative to lead yourself. That is, you can say beauty, or you can say duty, D-U-T-I, duty, not D-U-I-Duty, life. Until and unless you bring yourself forward with your own information, your own collected or created information, you cannot feel happy. You may be billionaire, but you won't feel happy. Never. Looking at that money or bank balance, you won't feel happy until there is some soul powerful inside you, which says, oh, you do it, do it. That's what I'm talking of. Public management, engineering management. Engineering is public itself. We do for public, we don't do for ourselves. As an engineer, whatever I do in private capacity, or I do in government capacity, or as a consultant, or as an engineer, or whatever capacity I do for world public. Because profession is world profession, it's not my country profession. Engineering profession goes to whole world. It's international, like medical, like many other professions which are international, which depend on world knowledge, not just knowledge from your state or from your. So I am having degree of pride that I belong to a profession that is universal profession, without which nobody can stay. Even if I can work in whatever country, I have to work in the same way as I'm working here. Of course may be different, some culture of working may be different, color of people, but profession is same. Maybe people don't understand me sometimes. No problem. One time you will automatically understand. Because I sometimes talk, in a different mode, different tonic, different tune, because I want, I want to, I have an ambition that my talk should reach you, where you are forced to think yourself. And if you don't think yourself, then there's no meaning of my talking or listening. When I'm saying engineering management, it doesn't mean it's stuck to engineering, it's confined to engineering, it's confined to society. Because whatever we do for people, we don't do for myself or yourself. Everybody works in our field. We lead actually. Engineer means a leader of a team, leader of thinking, not only team thinking also. You think on some problems, you lead others to solve them. That is most important point. Engineer means a problem solver, you can say. Proudly you can say you are a problem solver. And if you cannot solve problem, you can create problem, then you are not an engineer. Because you have no capacity to solve the problem. You may be foreman, you may be supervisor, who usually create problems, or general people working inside. It's their right to create problem because they are not educated or learned to that level which you have. And it's your duty as an engineer to involve yourself in that. You may be tested, of course. People shall test. It doesn't matter. I don't mind that. You can test, because everybody wants to have good people on as team head, because they want directions, or not only direction, they want to have confidence that this person shall take us to good place, shall take us through good procedures, valid procedures. So I don't mind that. I don't hate such. I like such, such people who test me, who examine me, cross-examine me, but not in personal capacity. I don't like that. If I go somewhere and say, from where are you? It usually happens if some our countryman, our country person meets me, from where you are. I mean, they want to know from which state you are, what's your religion, what's your caste. I don't like that. It's professional relation. What you have to do with my caste or my religion? It's your question. Why you ask me? Maybe how do you know I believe in religion? How do you know I believe in caste? Because you presume that I believe in religion, you presume that I believe in caste, while I don't believe in all this. For me, there is only one caste. God created human being. I don't believe in social classification. Yes, there is a classification on intelligence based, there is a classification on wealth based, there is a classification on something else, character based. There is no classification based on body based. There is no classification based on religion based. This is all fictitious. All fictitious. Political people have created all this. It may be historical politics like Mahabharata politics or Ramayana politics. They create something for themselves, not for human beings. But human has adopted that by mistake. It's an error. Human has to understand. You are not religious. You are not socially classified. You are only and only and only human being, representing God, or you can say delivery by God. And it's valid for all citizens, all humans, all world people, not only our country, it's for all. I sometimes feel why intelligent people also flow in same direction, in same river. I feel sometimes. You are intelligent, you are well educated. If you cannot analyze, you cannot understand what is your caste, why it is, if you say, I am this religion, I am this caste, why after all you announce that? What for? Even if you say you are Pandit by caste, you are Rajput by caste, or you are SC/ST by caste, after all, what shall you achieve by announcing that you are that? Nothing. You are nothing, announcing nothing. Because you have a creation in mind, a fictitious scene in mind that this person is that, so this is lower, I am higher. Only that stupid idea, idiotic statement, idiotic formula you have in your mind. You forget that you are something because of education, you are something because of use of mind, you are something because of a character, your speciality, your attempt to work, your successful advancement. It's because of that, not because of your Pandit or Brahmin or Rajput. This is all fictitious, simple. Openly I am saying. Because that is your dead identity, that is your useless identity. Your identity is what work you do, what you learn, how you can improve this world. That is your identity. Because nobody brings religious to them, nobody brings religion certificate, nobody brings caste certificate. It's all political and social. I don't want to talk about that. And you forget that everybody is involved in work everywhere. You only think that you are a Brahman and I want to keep off. No one can keep off anyone. That's also a factor. You are drinking water. You know who touched that water. You are drinking milk. Do you know who touched that? You are taking food. You are taking grains. You are taking rice. You think how many hands were involved in that? You don't think that. Your night soil of everybody is retreated and reused. What happens then? So these fictitious ideas keep off. You are nothing, only human being. Others are social factors, forget that. Engineers should not think that way, at least. Because you have to use everybody. And particularly those who are rejected people by riches or by higher class, downtrodden people. I have to associate with them because they are majority of working class on construction projects and many other projects. If they do not work, there can be no building in this country, remember. No road in this country, nothing in this country. They are assets of this country according to my understanding of construction management, engineering management, civil management, general management. Our contribution in engineering comes from every part of society, every section of society. Major part comes from those who need, who are poor, who are artisans, who have no other way to survive, who just survive because by earning wages through this engineering construction. And there I don't mind. I am also a worker. I don't say engineer is also a worker. Only difference is I am a lead worker. I lead them. I instruct them, you have to do that through someone. So, work is worship. God's statue is not worship. Work is worship. Thinking is worship. Dedication to God is worship. I always say whatever I do, whatever I think, I should not say it's personal, but I am just informed. My contemplation. I always keep in front whatever I do, right or wrong, whatever I think, right or wrong, whatever I decide, right or wrong, or whatever I scold someone or not to scold someone, or whatever I do, whatever act I do, should be taken as if God is doing that, not myself. I am doing this on behalf of God. This is nothing to do with me because I am using this body, which is not my product, it's God's product. Most important product is my body and my soul, which both do not belong to my ownership because I am not owner of this. I am the user of this, end user of my body as well as soul. Soul is also not mine, though it's mine, but primarily it's not mine. It's a part of that one soul, which is super soul. So my management changes me at that point. My thinking changes me at that point. It's nothing to do with supernatural talk, it is just ordinary talk. So I consider everybody is that. There is a soul and a body combination in everybody. Without soul, body cannot exist, and without body, soul cannot exist. Both are requirement of each other. So we have to see differently now. Because whatever you do, we don't do for ourselves. We say it's my job because I have to take payment for that, but it's not my job. And also for whom I am doing, it's not that person's job. That person has some capacity, I have some other capacity. Maybe that person is very bigger to me, very senior to me, I am not. Or that person having resources given by God, by you can say by blessings of God, that person is having wealthy status. I am not. Well, everybody is role defined. My role is that in this age, in this era, my role is that I have to do that role. That's my thinking, that's my personal management, my personal organization, how I think. I am not forcing that onto you. I can't force. You have to decide yourself. When you are qualified, when even you are not qualified, you have power to decide. Everybody has power to decide. And you decide too every time. But when you start thinking of personal self-nature, you change at that point. That's not it. Let me see it's raining or not. I think this is a problem. Noise is really. Not that much. Some only, very small. Let us see how far can we go today. I was not sure because at 1 o'clock it was heavy rain, or 1 o'clock at night it was heavy rain, and I got up because usually I got up at 1:30, 1:40, 1:45, 2 o'clock, but I got up. I could not sleep. I went outside my room and found, oh, heavy rain, roof is full of water, and drains were chopped. I took out all kachra or rubbish from 5-6 drains on roof, and then I was with clothes just underwear, and means heavy rain, what to do. And for 1 hour, 2 or 2:30 I got light back. I just took tea before that. So I thought I may miss today's program, but God's with me. So I am here to talk to you again. So I decided not to talk to you today because there is no current, no electricity. But you see, God helps, and electricity was back at 2:30. So I am here with you. And so I did not sleep well yesterday also and today also, but no problem. It works all the time. Well, my management thinking, I'm not saying that I am great person. I'm not great person. I'm very small person, but I have to explain my views. Means I have to submit my views. Acceptance or rejection is in your hands. You may accept, you may not accept. I don't expect anything. My job is to share my experience. My experience I'm especially interested in, not my academics. As far as academics is concerned, I'm very small. I'm only a degree engineer. I'm not a postgraduate engineer, because these days there is a very pride in making statements like, some people call, oh, if you are not postgraduate or you are not MTech or ME, you're not structural engineer. Well, I had no problem in that. Let them be happy, let them be structural engineers, and let them have pride in that. I'm not an engineer, okay, no problem. It's you can't change mindset of people. If people they don't respect work, they don't respect what they are doing for public, they respect. I am postgraduate, I am PhD, that's more important for them. Okay, let them be happy in their fictitious world. Contribution is more important, what I believe in. Contribution of those people who had no degrees even sometimes long back, and they contributed a lot. We have to understand that point, because knowledge is not ruled by degrees. Degrees are ruled by knowledge. We should know that. If you have knowledge, you can get degrees. Degrees cannot put knowledge in you. You have to inculcate knowledge into yourself by yourself. I passed many subjects without going to university. You will not believe this. Because yes, in first syllabus, that is diploma, I attended 3 years course, 3 years training. To diploma training. I am from diploma. I'm not direct big person. I'm not direct degree. I'm very small person. I am very bad. I was very bad student as well. I have clearly told many times. But I did not have time to study because of some occupation in my shop. A father there, I associated for 11 years. I did not have the time to study, and I was sometimes very irritant, about that. Irritant always. Well, that is a part of life. After all, I had to manage my food. But when I passed diploma, it was 3 years. I did not find any problem in any subjects. Or yes, books I used to take from library, and people used to have. there were 3 years course and classes, and we used to attend all theory classes, tutorial classes, or you can say surveying section, and of course many laboratories and all that as usual, and local visits every week. And it was all part of engineering syllabus that time. I should not say engineering syllabus, diploma syllabus, diploma engineering syllabus. In degree, that which we add to our qualification, that was from Institution of Engineers India, which we had to pass at the time Section A and Section B of IEI, and that was 9 papers in Section A and 8 papers in Section B, and in between sandwiched reference of referee interview and project. So in Section A, I had eight subjects, 5 compulsory, and 9 subjects, all compulsory, not saying all compulsory, and in that, in second and in B section B, there were 5 compulsory, 5 compulsory and 3 optional. So even in section A, I passed social science myself, I passed engineering drawing myself, and I passed, I think, I don't exactly remember, I passed 2-3 without any classes. I did myself there was mathematics. Of course I attended classes for mathematics, I attended class for modern physics, I attended electrical and modern physics, I attended class for all that. I'm just informing you. And in your section B, I did the class of fluid mechanics for designs, and for construction I did myself, surveying I did myself, and you can say applied geology I did myself, and 1 or 2 more. So you can say about 40% subjects I did myself, a self-study, and others through private coaching. At that time, there were private classes. I used to pay very nominal charges for that classes. Our professor Amur from Delhi was there. I don't know he's alive or not now, but that was that person is also a struggler in engineering, because he was bachelor of engineering. And he did not do anything after, but he used to teach postgraduate students. He used to take classes for UPSC examinations, and he used to tell some facts of life that time. Still I remember many facts, you see, and he was a master of all subjects, you see. Without referring to, we used to start in class from changing from one subject to the other one, and some people used to joke like this: see what sort of professor it is. He puts on this switch, then you put this switch. He switches on the applied mechanics or theory structure, then he switches on the fluid mechanics, then switches on this. People used to talk like this. What a brilliant person is he! What a brilliant person! We were students. For us, our professor was he, and certainly he was brilliant indeed. And he had qualified himself UPSC after degree, but he could not join because in medical he was unfit due to color blindness. It happened. So he started this profession. What to do? So this happens in everybody's life. Everybody has different destination, but one should not say that I am higher in the not. You should not say that. That's your character. Yes, by fortune, by your hard work, by your support, somebody has passed post-graduation, somebody has passed doctorate, and somebody could not even pass engineering degree. He said, there are many reasons for that, many financial, economical reasons. I am in reasons for that. If I had good support, suppose my father was alive, my father lost when I was in first year or second year diploma. What to do? No food. You have to work for food, or you have to go to university. What can you do? You have no money to go to university or institution. You have to work for food. This is life. Struggle. Yes, you could do something later on, but once you have job, you can't do that. The problem is there. I was lucky that I worked for myself, for government service for 6 years. I worked in government service. I had plenty of time. I tried to have disputes with officers so that I could complete my education, higher education, that's degree. By how complete? Later on I joined. I tried to concentrate in overseas jobs because I didn't believe in jobs here. So, and I wanted to learn something. What I experienced in 6 years here, I could learn nothing. Whatever even in diploma I learned, I lost that. I was surprised when some assistant with me who was there, of course they were diploma holders, and she said, "You are diploma or no? What do you mean? It looks you are not diploma, you looks to be degree. How you say that?" Because that guy came from UP or some came somewhere else and they didn't know what's concrete cover, right? What's the purpose of that? So what I say, don't have any pride in your degrees. You should have pride in your association with contribution. If you are able to contribute to society some product, that is your identification. That is your identification. Your degree is honored but not used by people. They believe, they trust that okay, you are degree, you should know that. And I'm not saying that if I pass degree, I do use. No. Don't worry about my degree. Tell me if I am wrong. Don't hide facts. I can be wrong because I am human being. Degree is something else. It doesn't mean I'm okay. It doesn't mean I'm fine. Some people shall criticize me about this. I know. No problem, you can criticize. World is there. Everybody is democratic. Everybody has a right to express opinion. You can criticize. I don't mind. I have experience. I know what people expect of engineers. I have worked with more than 50 nationalities, and I know how what does people think about engineers. I should say, what do people think about engineers? I sometimes speak translation now myself. What do people think about engineers? Engineer means engineer work in capacity engineer and deliver for what you are expected to deliver. And if you can't deliver, then don't shout, don't cry, I am this, I am that. No, don't have. If engineers can't take their own care themselves, no one can take their care. No one in the world can take their care. Our engineers in this country are not having any energy in them, not having any ignition in them. They are, lamina water, standstill, waterlogged people. My engineers can't fight for themselves. How can they fight for others? Worst class of profession in my country is engineer. Sleeping engineer. They think somebody will do for them. They think so. Why somebody will do for them? You have to do for them. You are engineer. Society depends on you. You don't depend on society. You are considered elevated class, elite class. And you think somebody will do for them? No. You have to fight. And if you cannot fight, then you are only a parrot of engineering, nothing else. I am really very, very unpleased in this way. This is my different kind of management. Engineer is considered leader, professional leader, not political leader. If you can't think for yourself, you can't think for your workers, you can't think for your job, you can't take responsibility, you can't dispose of responsibility. If you are not active for yourself, you have to fight, you have to struggle. Life is full of struggle. You have a capacity to submit every time. You are not engineer. Not at all. If engineer submits, no, you are not engineer. If you submit, you cannot do anything. You submit before contractors, you submit before government, you submit from every authority, and your submission is rubbish. What problem is there? What problem is there? You mean if you learn engineering, you become timid? You become water type, like water? Put in any glass, put in where you and take that shape? No, not that. Not that. I am not that type of engineer. Remember, engineer means truth. Engineer and truth are same. One end is truth, one side is truth, one side engineer. like we say, both sides of coin. Because you are not delivering lip service, you are delivering factual service. You deliver factual product. Factual product you deliver. That is truth. Yes, product may be bad, product may be good, but you are going to deliver that product. That's a fact, that's a truth. Others do not. If you talk to a lawyer, advocate, nothing. A judge, nothing. A CA, fabrication. Yes, doctor treats, we cannot say that. Nurse treats, we cannot say that. Others, no truth, no solidarity with nature. But you are bound to deliver, otherwise you are otherwise then. Otherwise you are otherwise. Well, this is my summarized talk to you. Means I'm trying to inculcate in young engineers. I don't care for seniors and very veterans, because they would not understand anything. If they have not understood in whole life, they can never understand. Very simple. If an engineer has 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, if that engineer cannot understand, then that person is not an engineer. It's a clown of engineering, nothing else. Yes, you are having work, you are doing everything, you are maybe consultant, but you are not engineer. I think engineer is over consultant, because engineer is final product. Engineering is final product, not consultancy. Consultancy is not a product, engineering is a product. You may be consultant, calling yourself something, call yourself, doesn't make a difference. After all, engineering is mother of everyone. I respect engineering as a profession, because profession doesn't mean money earning. Profession means worship. We worship our profession. That is beauty of that. That is beauty of life, that we worship of. I think it's raining again. If I feel threatened by that, because the question is power put off, then I will sit in thought. I wanted to discuss with you some issues, some topics, but management is also very important to be discussed every day, because we have to understand management in entirety, not in just definitions. My management, your management is all different. Management is not standard. People think we are. We are different. We are not doing management, we are doing organization, and we are result-oriented people. We are product-oriented people. We give people life. That is different. Managers in companies, managers in government, managers don't give anything to public. Consider this way. Government is also management, but government does not give anything public. Chartered engineer is also a manager, but that person doesn't give anything to public. Engineer gives to public life. Engineers give to public cities, towns, urbanized area, rural developed area. We give facilities, we give infrastructure, we give everything that is required for existence, for survival. It's different. Of course, people do not understand because they are not told. They know facts. Even you talk to some 8th standard or 9th standard kid, he will understand that. He understands because that boy or girl is pure in mind, clear in mind, but those people who have crooked mind, they won't understand this. Knowingly they will show, I don't know that. Okay, you don't know that. In which house you are living? Who delivered you that house? How this was constructed? Then he will say, yes, you are right. Not otherwise. This is very elementary statement I am giving regarding engineering. You are engineer, you know what is engineering, but only problem is you are not open in your mind and in your heart or conscience. You are, squeezed by some people. And same thing I am telling architects also. Don't think you are indispensable or dispensable both. You are indispensable. No, you are dispensable. You are no different than engineer, and engineer is no different to you. Are same. Engineer and architect are same. You change your mindset to help people. Don't think you are higher and engineer is lower. This is not that world. Forget your architect and forget everything. Forget everything. Society cannot survive without engineer, architect, remember, and doctor. Architect, engineer are same, no different. Subject of 2 or 3, If you take 3 subjects are there which are little different or overlapping, otherwise everything is same. No difference. You are taught professional practice. Engineers also know that, but because engineers are not in practice, they are or into job or in work or so they don't take that. But that's not mathematical subject. That's not scientific subject. That's not physics, chemistry. In 15 days you can learn that. What's in that? Professional practice. Every engineer practices in government. They handle contractors. They handle bidding. What else you want to do? Only designs. They can do designs also, but they want others to do that because of signing or something else. So do not keep in mind that you are higher or engineers are lower. Or engineers should not keep in mind that they are higher or lower. You are one and one. Everybody has his job. Everybody has his job and they have to do that. This is foolishness if you think we have disparity among ourselves. It should not be. There's a role and you have to do that role. Without structures, architect cannot exist, remember. Without structure, architecture cannot exist. And without combined effort of both, structure cannot be created. This is fact of life. This is black and white statement. Remember, structure is always dominant. This is a fact. Yes, they have a say, and architect has a say in that. I agree with that. But that say should be within technical limits, not because I want to column here. That's not permissible. If engineering says okay, there's a center of gravity of forces, center of gravity of size, I can say everything is intolerant, keeping stability of structure. Accept it. But not because you want here, so forget about stability, forget about that. No, that's not acceptable. Because it's also not my decision, it is professional decision. It's based on professional criteria. The structure collapses means everything collapses. But if finishes collapse, if plaster collapse, if tiles break, building is intact. Remember, safety, existence, durability of building or structure is dominant than something else. This is major point in our profession, our organization, our management. We have to make it clear to everybody. Structure requires lot of thinking. It's not software that does the structure, it's the engineer does the structure. Designer does the structure. Software is only calculation help. It's not on its own that does. It's not art. It's real art. It's not fine art. It is actual art. Actual art of survival. Art that survives. It's not an art on paper. It's not an art on some picture. It's an art on site. It's the art of structure. The structure has a life of hundreds of years. Imagination has no life. Yes, you are welcome. You imagine, you want to create something, and we can help you to create something. But you have to help us to help you that we move in a professional way. And don't think that engineer cannot view. Engineer can also imagine. But here is no competition between the architect and engineer to imagine or not to imagine. Your profession is congratulatory to you, and engineer's profession is congratulatory to engineers. Forget what laws say, what politicians say, what judges say. I least bother about that, because judge cannot replace engineer and architect cannot replace engineer. That's a fact of life. But remember, engineer can replace architect. It is same thing as a relation between engineer and a manager. Manager is not a qualified engineer. I'm talking of that manager, not a qualified one. Engineer, we used to say engineer can be a manager, but a manager cannot be an engineer. That's also a factual statement. An engineer who is a manager, okay, that's fine. Every engineer is a manager, leader. But a manager who is not an engineer by qualification, he can never become an engineer. That's also a fact of life. So engineer has dual way and others have single way. Society is managed by engineers, directly or indirectly. If there is no engineering work, society cannot exist. It shall become, Adi Mano society. They agree or they don't agree. Fact remains, sewer line you are using is what done by engineers, and water line you are using is done by engineers, and your building you are staying is done by engineers, and electricity you are getting, that's done by engineers directly or indirectly, as well as all facilities you are getting, roads, buses, and all that you are getting are directly done by engineers only. If road doesn't exist, means civil engineer doesn't exist. Road exists, means civil engineer exists. If railway line exists, means civil engineer exists. If your building exists, means civil engineer exists. If everything exists, civil engineer exists. Why do you don't know engineer? You know engineer. You are living in a building, you are engineer. Engineer is available everywhere. Civil engineer is available everywhere. Structural engineer is available everywhere. You cannot say you don't know engineer. If you say, you are cheating yourself. You are cheating your eyes, you are cheating your mind. It may be high rise, it may be low rise, it may be so, it may be clinic, it may be small toilet, it may be small, public toilet, it may be what bus stand, or it may be anything. Everything is done by engineers. Transmission lines and foundations of transmission lines and whatever is there, a combination of electrical, mechanical, and civil engineers and electronics, all that. Engineer is there. All over, where is that? Yes, but people know engineers, our people don't know engineers. That's not my fault, that's not your fault. It's fault of politics, it's fault of thing. They don't want to say. They say, oh, you are below us, stay below us, stay below us. Point of identity, because they are not well qualified to that level. They say, okay, you should be below us, you should salute us because we are bigger to you. That is their mindset, they can't change that. This is rubbish. Why do you want what think you are below about? You are you and I am I. You do your job, I do my job, and that's over. Why do you think you are above me? Nobody is above anybody. Time has come. They will think that way, don't worry. They will think that way. There was a time when masons used to complete buildings because brickwork, stonework. With no structure, nothing was there. But now it's different time. Different time. Every part of building, foundation of building is to be considered that way. We always boast about soil. But engineers have depression in that. I don't understand why. Soil is your part. I don't understand how can you run away from soil. Okay, you did not study, maybe there's a possibility you didn't study. No problem, you didn't study. But everything can't be studied. Everything can't be studied. There are so many subjects in life which we can't study in university, but you have to do it. Did you study contract? But we do contract. Did you study coordination? We do coordination. Did you study writing capacity? We do writing capacity. So many activities we do in life which are not studied. Did you study planning in that detail? You did not study planning in that detail. We do planning. Did you learn anything about safety? Did you learn anything about you do that? Okay, small coaching, small job training, or self-reading, self-study can fetch you in that. This point we have to understand. When you can study for 5 years post school, you can study few months yourself. Doesn't mean certificate everything. If you are giving good design, your design working, it's certificate. Yours. You need certificate on building working. Which one you think is better? You want to see a certificate on the building performance done by you. Which is more important? Building performance done by you. Because you have done that, this certificate expects you to do that. So certificate will not do for you, you will do for you. So you have done that. You have done that. What else you want? One building you have done, say another building you have done. What shall certificate give you? Same. You have to pass 1 year, 1.5 years, and you become, say, I am a structural engineer. Yes, you are a structural by subject, not by practice. A person who sees thousands of drawings in his structural engineering or civil engineering job, architectural drawings hundreds and thousands, structural hundreds and thousands, specifications hundreds and thousands. You think that person is useless? That person knows nothing? You know everything in 1.5 years? No. Not at all. That person did that. Did that. That person did that after understanding drawings, after coordination of drawings, and after understanding all specifications, and then doing them, implementing them. That person has a lot of knowledge. That person can, just by one video drawings, there is a problem in that. You know the speed of those persons? You don't imagine. You can't imagine the speed of those engineers who are in coordination, who are in such kind of activities, where you have to go through hundreds of drawings every day, or whenever drawings come to you, you have to go through hundreds of specifications every day, even by turning pages of specification, you know what it contains, what it contains, because your mind shall go, attention to peak words, to real words, not every paragraph. And just by seeing paragraph, you can say, what's this paragraph? That kind of expertise is required. I have done it. That's why I am claiming it. Claiming I am not to win anything. Just with confidence, I whole documents were given to me on software. This is full bid. Advise us what we have to do. And you see documents, contract or tender documents, big projects, projects amounting to worth many billions, such projects. Many disciplines, many, 8 to 10 disciplines, same drawings, many, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of drawings, and various categories, titles of drawings, and architectural drawing, structural drawing, many types of services, combined services, utilities and all that. We go through once, twice, thrice, 4 times. When you go to thrice or 4 times, you find something, and then go to the BOQs, and then go to many general conditions and specific conditions or particular conditions, and this and that and this and that. You get mad. You think you are in a sea, you are swimming in a sea of documents, sea of information, so much information, you did not even find in any book. There are hundreds of books in this. But only one time you will find a problem. Next time you will, I know this. Oh, this is a book. Leave it. Go to end of that. What's this quantity? Or go to next one. What's that quantity? You don't go through one line to each other. Okay, I want this quantity. Come on, the RCC. Oh, this is, come on, note it, and take it, Sam. Then you are so, because you have to invite quotations. So for quotations also you have to give those documents copy to every vendor. You think that is easy? Not at all. It's not intelligence alone here, efficiency. Sorting out. If you want to invite for quotations thing, you have to give each and every information to everybody. So first you should know which you have to give. You have to go through all those requirements, scope of items related to that discipline, and then the chart out which book is there, which specs are there, which pages are there. It takes time, but one time. Once you prepare a list or chart of this every item, then you have to send to those addresses. You can send. Then it won't take much time, a couple of days, and you get. But you know what you sent. That's more important. Sometimes you have to deal with many bits together. You think that is not knowledge. You have to raise questions. You have to go through yourself. Nobody will teach you. Or maybe some vendor, some bidder gives you feedback. Then you can raise questions yourself based on that feedback. But otherwise, there is no one with you who would tell you or do something. They say clarification required here. There's a clarification required there. You have to do it yourself. I remember one time, our senior was an architect. He was I think, which country I don't know, but Arabic was, and he was well educated, of course. He was from Arabic, but qualified from Canada, so he knew very good English and doctor. He was an architect. So I raised a question when I was doing a job with him about housing tender, and we know in Gulf we use concrete blocks, hollow concrete blocks and solid concrete blocks. So I asked him, see, this specification is saying 28 days you have to use for, you can use this block for, after casting 28 days, after casting 28 days. I said, no, this is not correct. No, he says, okay, issue 28 days you have to get. Look, if you wait for 28 days, your site shall be filled with blocks and you won't have any space to work there. And this is a housing project, you won't be given lay down area, much lay down area in that. How shall you manage them? And if you go and see block factory, you'll say, today you produce a block, after 2 or 3 days, take them from here, they'll deliver to you. What do? You keep them for 20 days. Okay, if factory guy keeps 28 days, the factory guy doesn't have enough space. They can't keep them. What they do? They produce today. They do, maybe sometimes they do steam curing, I'm not sure. But they 2-3 days they deliver it. They don't even cure. They think you will cure yourself. It depends. If that's the point, that don't cure, it's humidity I'm affecting my hands, What I should do, I don't know what to do. Put off this. I said, I don't accept this 28 days. No, it's okay. Well, I didn't listen to him. I made a query. Well, I thought this person doesn't have experience. I wrote 28 days you want to say in specifications. What is the reason behind that? You want strength or you want 28 days? If I get strength in 4 days or 5 days, why should I wait for 20 days? After all, this is block. This has to be put in wall. It is one good place is having the strength. What's the problem? We are not going to take any risk on shuttering or something. This is just the unit of wall. So if I get strength on 4th day, we test in laboratory and it comes okay, why do you hold for 28 days? There was a clarification. Yes, if test result is fine, you can use that. We have a thinking capacity. Why should I wait 28 days? It is normal block. And every block has to be tested. Every block, I mean to say every block's major supply, you have to test blocks. So, of course, you have 7 Newton, 9 Newton or whatever capacity you have. If you have that capacity in 3rd day or 4th day or 5th day or 6th day, what is, point in waiting for 28 days? No point. Engineers has a capacity to change everything. It doesn't mean what is written in book is Bible or Ramayana or Mahabharata or Gita. It's not that. It is not that. It's we who can change that. Just like we do in farm work, sometimes we had an issue that 7 days and 28 days are very common in ordinary concrete, and 56 days I think in GGBS concrete final testing. It's very common and we know that. So my question was, generally it's question in slabs, And of course in many, they say you remove after few days your plywood, soft it and put props. Generally they say like that. It happens. But you think it's so easy? It's not easy. They say you can take off sides or beams. Of course in 48 hours, you up to 40 maximum, you can take down from beam sides your formwork, and also you can take down from your beam bottom or beam soffit and put props below. Is it practically applicable, you think? It's all written in specifications only, or even not written in specifications. Sometimes they say you can do that. Test it and do it. We had some item in one, septic tank construction. It was long back. This was in 1986 when I was constructing a boys preparatory school in Doha. I think it's a structure of wall. We have done doing something, and the question was, means you have to wait for so many days. No, we have to remove this shutter for after so many days. There was, I think, wall or something. They said, no, here, some confusion was there in specifications. We just tested in lab and submitted. We have got strength. We are removing it. That's okay, sign it, finished. If you got this, just do it. Engineering moves by experience. Engineering moves by confidence. If you have confidence, confidence doesn't come because you have confidence. It comes based on experience and successes or failures, considering both. In engineering, you will find successes as well as failures. And failures are also successes in some cases. If you think failure is not success, then you are wrong. Failure is success. Because there was some error, that's why it's failed. You have to investigate that error and learn a lesson from that. Because engineering is not done by one person. I mean to say, engineering construction, I'm not talking engineering education or syllabus. When you are on field, you work, you have to deal with all classes of people. Some are your friends, some maybe your opposers, because they don't want to see in that position, or because they are not happy with you, you don't attend them, or as you are young and you are engineer and you don't listen to anybody, you don't listen to some people, you got your friend and some people get your opposers. This happens. I'm not saying enemies, opposers. Those opposers are also young. If they think that this engineer doesn't listen to me, he thinks he's very big and I'm nothing, so they want to, apply some negative action somewhere so that you are defamed. Only that. They want to defame you. I also learned this. Until you are pure in your mind, in your heart, until you are pure, you are not having vigilance in your mind, your self-vigilance. You are not, clever in yourself. You shall be certainly affected by them. And you won't even know at end that they are going to work against you. And they work against you, and successfully, but you are impacted, you are adversely impacted. You know only after impact that somebody acted against me. Means one stumble in life, second stumble in life, until you have 2 or 3 such stumbles in your life, you can't learn. You can't learn. So you start, when you join field, you think everybody is honest, everybody is sincere. You think that until you have seen different world. You think everybody is honest because you are honest. You think all are honest. But in field, we find honesty doesn't exist. Honesty does not exist. It exists to some extent, but because you are the leader, you are the leader. It's your job to deliver right product. Right product according to requirement. I'm not saying right according to your will, according to your requirement. It's your job to do that. And if you don't do that, means you are responsible. So simple. What's wrong with that? If I can't do what I'm expected to do, I'm responsible. Why should I run away from that penalty? I should say, yes, it's my mistake. I take action for it. When you say it's my mistake, nobody will take action against you. Because they know only a strong person can say my mistake. Weak person cannot say. And when you start saying it's my mistake, and even if it's not your mistake, it's the mistake of someone else, but because you are a leader, ultimately mistake is yours. Because there is some failure in your supervision, so you have to share that mistake. And once you start sharing that mistake, don't think they will push you out. They know you are a job-oriented person. When mistake there means, when mistake happens means there is a take. They can tolerate your mistake, they cannot tolerate your removal. They can't tolerate your removal because, first of all, you are strong, you accept that it's my mistake. Second, you are committed one, you are committed in job, you do not boost, you don't even boost, Commitment is very big responsibility. Commitment is a part, it includes obligation, it includes duty, it includes determination, it includes end result, delivery. You may be intelligent, you may not be intelligent, but you are an engineer. They expect some intelligence of you, and you have that. Maybe you are not very brilliant. And if you are very brilliant and you are not committed, there is no meaning of brilliance. If you are very brilliant, oh, I am a scholar, I was gold medalist, I was this and I was that, and you can't handle your work, so you are only gold medalist. You have kept in your mind that medal you received. That medal comes in obstruction. That medal comes as an obstruction in your mind. And you always keep in the mind of gold medalist, and that gold medalist doesn't allow you to learn anything. I respect gold medal, I respect silver medal, I respect every medal. But remember, your medal is in your hands, and that is delivery. Why do you depend on some medal, some certificate or some citation? Your medal is your delivery of project. It may be whatever project, design project, it may be planning project, it may be whatever project you are handling, you have to deliver that. And that is the most important point in life. If you are not able to deliver, then I'm sorry to say that you are missing a lot. You are missing a lot and missing a lot. Example, where is that? You're gone. So you're on. Oh, it's down here, sorry. Yeah. Actually, I'm not damaged from getting air from fan, so I changed my direction, orientation. Actually, this way, I've got air. Humid. I was sweating. I was just doing this way, Okay. So, my friends, I would like to. Actually, I want to arouse young people. who are sleeping actually. My friends, young, are sleeping. I don't know why. Sleeping not physically. They are lost in something they should not lose. They're lost in something. If you are having job, you are lucky. You are fortunate. Irrespective of what salary you are getting. Salary in engineering, civil engineering is not very big. You know all that. But it was your mistake that you learned, you came to this field. It's your mistake. You should not have come to this field. This field is not for those who aspire high salaries or high status. This field is for those who are devoted people, who are committed people, and it's only for those people. For salary hungries and for money hungries, you better go to some other field. Don't waste your time in civil engineering, because first of all, civil engineering is a very difficult profession. This education itself is very difficult. So much mathematical calculations, so many formulas, means one gets mad in degree itself. Forget about further education, because you get mad in getting degree itself. Mad to some extent means mad. I mean to say lost. You are lost in your subjects like mathematics, or you can say theory of structure. You may say modern physics, maybe if you study that, nuclear physics, or many more subjects, designs, and fluid mechanics, applied thermodynamics. I studied all that. Means interdisciplinary subjects you have to study. I never got understanding of electrical. I studied elementary electrical engineering. Electrical engineering and electronics, you can say, elementary both. I could never understand till today what I learned. Of course, I passed that. Passing is another part. But learning, there's a difference in passing and learning. You should think of learning rather than passing. Because passing is only for certification, but learning is for application. Passing doesn't give you power to application. And this is a difference in our education of IEI and university. This is big difference. In university, you have just to pass, but in IEI, it's not like that. If you attempt wrong question, or if you don't attempt, they don't even give you grace of 1 marks. 49 means 49, no 50, simple. And there are no sessions, nothing. And I really respect that type of trend, that type of system. It happened in many cases that one student failed after getting 49 marks in subject, while 50% is pass mark, one got 49%, and that person failed. You see how that person feels. Had I got one more marks, I would pass. But no, and no. I remember one subject in section A. By chance I am telling you, don't take it why I am telling you, just for information I am telling you that. I had one subject, applied thermodynamics, which was compulsory subject in section A. I appeared in 6 subjects first time, and was the first time was I appeared in that, applied thermodynamics, and I studied that, but I was not very much having time for that, but I thought I would pass that. No, I could not pass that. I got only 20 marks in that subject. When 20 means you didn't study, means if you say I had 49 or 45, I could say that I studied that, but I could not get that. I got only 20 marks. I didn't feel shame. So I passed 5 subjects out of 6. So this means I could not understand this subject so simple, you can say. I understood wrongly, or I could not even have an interest in that, because 20 means you are far away from passing. So I said yes, I could not study that, I have to study again. And that was only subject left in that section that time. Fortunately means I could not enter into another section until I pass whole and pass referee examination. Referee is also an examination, oral examination. Oral and text both. You have to maintain project diary, and you have to write what you are doing. Then based on that, you will examine, interview, and then send confidential report that you have passed that. So I could not either enter, but what I did, I thought let me study this separately and I'll also simultaneously attend section. Classes attendance was not a problem. The problem was only examination activities. So I just studied that subject separately, and you won't believe that I never expected in that, because I'm from civil engineering field and I'm not from mechanical, and I never expected I would get 80 of 100 in that subject. So you are mechanical or civil? I said only civil engineer. I don't know, I got 80%, while in that time I got 20%. That's different of concentration. I concentrated only one subject, and again I studied all numericals, and actually there was some problem in calculations every time, and there's a complicated calculations of heat flow, heat energies, thermodynamics, how this works, how that works. Means teacher was good, my private teacher was good, I was not good. So I remember that instant that I got 20 one time and 80 other time. Getting 80 in applied thermodynamics and being civil engineering student means it is achievable. Means it's not my field. Then, but in electrical I did not get that. I got only 50, and that I don't know how I got 50, not even 51. So I was lucky to pass electrical. In other this you can say social science. I think 1% students don't like that subject, but they fail every time. But I got 60-70% marks in that social science, which is there's no numerical, no mathematics, nothing such. You have to pass that as well. Socials, it comprises sociology and economics, and also few other points related to labor or commercial work like that. I passed that. So what I am saying is, there's a difference in learning and passing. Learning continues unlimited forever, and passing stops at your examination. So once you pass, then you don't need pass again. You have to apply it and apply it and apply it forever. And that apply is award, that application. You apply, then you get perfection on that, expertise on that, and then it comes to your mind, it comes to your hands. You can say I have hands-on experience of this subject. Just like we learn theory of structure, and before you have applied mechanics. Theory of structure is also same, means everywhere mathematics, integration, differentiation, this and that formula and trigonometry. You will get, if you are not good in mathematics, you can never pass theory of structure, and you are not good in mathematics, and you cannot pass designs. Design is havoc. I feel in my time it was not havoc, but I passed that very well. In addition to theory of structure, we had a design examination of 8 hours a day, continuous examination, of course with some lunch break. I think 6 to 8 hours it was, and it was RCC syllabus, it was structural engineer, structural steel syllabus, and also some syllabus of pre-stress concrete. I didn't like pre-stress concrete that time. I also could not afford structural steel study that time. Where I studied that, but not from, because there was an understanding that if you study both, there's no use, because either you have to this examination question paper was partition, means one was RCC question, other one was structural steel, or either or there's separate questions. You have to do so many, 3 questions out of 5 or 6 like that. So there was there's an option, either you be master in structural steel, master means good study, I'm not saying master tech, or you do in RCC, and some small questions of calculations that either this or that you can do. So the major point was there of design, that in my time there was a question of combined footing. My question was not of combined footing, it was not written to you have to design combined footing, but it was given as such is combined footing. So I walked there for RCC, I preferred to solve that question. So I worked out all that. There were no computers that time. There were no, I mean to say, there were no software, no computers, only calculators for all the translation, and all hand drawings, hand everything you have to design yourself in that 6 to 8 hours time. So I worked out for I think 3 hours of 2 3 hours, 3 hours for the three questions. Two questions were simple and not long, but this question of combined footing for a weak person like me, it means not very intelligent boy like me. That time I was boy only, so I worked out that. I had done that previously by manual calculations on myself, and I understood that this was not trapezoidal footing, this combined rectangular footing. I calculated everything there, and then it took time for about I think 2 hours or something in drawing that, and also other sketches for other questions. And I remember I got 60 or 70% marks in that subject. And I did a lot study in that, detailed study, not simply elementary study, detailed study in that. And I like RCC, believe me, structurally I don't like, because it's nothing much in that, but RCC is something different. Because you have double work in RCC, one is design, and then you have form work, and you have steel fabrication or steel cutting and fixing and placing and pouring. All are technological based. In structural steel, you get ready-made steel. There's nothing to do with you. It's mechanical inning job. It's not selling job to produce or manufacture rolled steel or whatever steel you are taking in. Different kinds of steel, structural steels, but you have only to erect, and erection is also both. It is civil as well as mechanical. Both can do. Erection is not very big technology. You have to sort of members, assemble them, and put this framing on using crane and erection, and then structile or type like that, and all this, and then grout foundations. So, but in RCC it was different, because that type everything was done manual, and of course it was working stress method, not limit stress at that time. So moment of resistance, then bending moment, and depth, and this and that, and shear force, and upward thrust, and this, and find depth, and find bending moment, find this maximum bending moment here at this point and there at that point, and find and steel, and all that we used to do. It was interesting one, and still I remember that. I thought I would have some other frame, I would have to design or something, but I was lucky that got combined footing. I prefer that one. I'm just trying to tell you what was like that time. Can you calculate manually? Can you draw manually? That is also a capability, you see. That was a capacity of an engineer to draw. You don't draw too. The computers work for you. Calculations are done by computer. What are you doing? What's your contribution? Tell me. Those who are very old people, senior people, they know what is engineering. You know. For a small problem, you ask for a file, get me Excel file, get me this file, get me that file, get me PDF. You can't even search for those documents. You ask others, give you these documents. You are that lazy engineers. You're that lazy. This is what I say, experience and learning, while compared to education, this is a wide gap. Yes, you did nothing your way. You want others to give you. We never ask anybody to give us. Never. Because projects were different. Of course we were slow. Life was slow. But projects were not slow. You go to home, take work with you, work there. I used to do that. I used to take my drawing sheet at home for, drawing bar chart, calculating everything, and even on my holidays I used to work on that. Just like drawing sheet, we had to do bar chart, we had to do quantification ourselves, we have to do designs ourselves, detailing ourselves. If lucky you are having draftsmen, otherwise you do yourself. Then quantification of that, quantification of other items, and then you have done sharp drawings and working also that time. Because you can't, these drawings are not all you have to do, but manually. So there was, a kind of engineering culture, you can say. We had built engineering culture in ourselves. That was beauty of that time. Now that facility, that input has gone. Confidence has gone. We used to have on tips every information. Somebody used to use some civil engineering handbook. Also, that was all the not very useful. To some extent, it was okay, but not every time useful. We used to think, oh, this shall be movement, this is a movement, okay, and my mind, oh, this movement. These small movements used to calculate ourselves, but units were different. We used to use, MKS units, not SI units. The MKS are much easier in calculations. You may be experiencing that if you use MKS units and SI. MKS is faster, in calculation. You take tons rather than taking newtons. Rather than Newton, take tons, and tons is ton meter. Okay, 5 ton, 5 into 3, 5 into 3, 15, and minus 1 into 2, we got this is equal to moment. You can calculate that in your mind. 5 into 3, 15, minus 2 into 1, 2 into 1 at this point is 2, 15 minus 2, 30 ton meter at this point. If you take in newtons, means thousands, and this, you will be confused. Still, I calculate in in tons, and I use my grade as M150, M200 kilogram per centimeter, so that's still better rather than using 15 or 20, because 1 newton comes in, long units come in, long figures come in. But you use in tons, you squeeze everything down and make calculation better for you. And ton is very clear unit, ton is 1000 kilogram. So now, for example, I ask something. I'm saying you are having 10,000 ton per meter square pressure somewhere on some lamina or some body, horizontal body in waters. It is 10,000 ton per meter square. In ton, it's clear, it's 10,000 ton per meter square. Now, if you want in kilogram, in Newton or in kilonewton per meter, can you immediately answer me? I am sure you cannot answer me. I am sure. Because 10,000 ton per meter square is very simple. So still, for assessment purpose or for my recording purpose or for my, if I make some, though I'm not in practice and I'm not getting any assignment, I don't mind that. Economy is down, everything is down. But whenever I do, I use tons. I have designed my own house. I design some other houses also. I never, except using Excel sheet, I used Kani's rotation contribution method for working out movements and other forces in my framing. I use to design my foundations, beam framing of foundation. Beam frame means all columns were tied by beams, no independent footing. Beams only, no independent footing and nothing, only beam, you can say a mat of beams, not inverted beams, just a beam with small damper at bottom, so that spread is there, and that damper was meant for just giving some resistance to seismic horizontal forces, seismic shear. And still that building is I did in 2010, and same year, before that I designed building of my sister, also in same pattern. And those buildings are safe and they are working, and there's no seepage in those buildings. So frame is there, everything is there, no break in foundations. So you have to try yourself what you can do. At least on your project you can try. If you can't, that's why I'm saying experience is completely different. And if you are experienced, you can argue. You can argue something based on experience, not otherwise. And I asked that time, because we were not having the Weber plant, I asked that person, contractor of the concrete. I asked him, you have to use volumetric measurement, because there was no, at that time, he didn't have that arrangement. I told him 1.5, 3, or whatever you think is right. He said, I can't take this bag directly into into the box. I can't use that box of 150 or 1 feet by 1 feet and this. I asked him to use timber box, make timber box. He did not agree with that. Then what's your solution? You tell me. He says I will use this cement bag. That's no problem. I'll use cement directly into that. I measure this. I use a canister. How, what this canister contains means equivalent to cement. He just approximated that one because he has a canister. Canister was easy for his people, for his crew to handle. So he made a proportion of that one, and he. But question was volumetric proportion should be maintained. My question was that. So sometimes you have to adapt to people's demand also, because if you make a timber box is very heavy. You can make a plastic box. A plastic box are not available, and that may also not tolerate that much handling load. So there were various points that are issue. Even in my building, I use different type of roofing. Though because I had to contain some timber which was available for shuttering. I bought timber myself. I did not use hired material. I bought timber myself, all plies, because I had to construct many repetitions. I had to construct many floors. What I am saying that it's not necessary what's told, what's taught. You have to do that way. Principle should be accepted. Principle should be done. Principle should be allowed. But this does not mean that you don't use your mind. Engineering itself means you use your mind. What we learn in engineering means you have to open your mind. This is minimum you have to do, but maximum you can do whatever you wish, whatever you decide. Therefore, every engineer has different approach. Some prefers use 25 mm diameter steel, some prefers 12 mm diameter steel. Both are acceptable. There's no difference. I decided 8 mm diameter tar steel for my slab building. That contractor, oh no sir, this is not possible. I will not use it. The steel fixer, I can't use this. I would not take any responsibility. That steel fixer told me like that. He did not know I am an engineer. That my sister did know. No, I told him you have to use 8 mm steel, 15 centimeters, 6 inches, both ways, and in both top and bottom. Maybe he could not understand that time what I explained to him. Because I was having ductile management in my mind, not simply conventional detailing of steel. I want to have different type of steel in slab. I told him you have to use 8 mm, 15 cm both ways, top and bottom. He thought top same as he does everywhere and bottom. No, I will not take responsibility. I will not do this. Okay, go. And my sister held him. Look. My brother is, and he is responsible. You are not responsible. He could not understand. I told him, you see drawing first. If you can't understand, then tell me. You have to use 8 mm for slab. I am not going to use more than 8 mm. You do it or you don't do it. You first see slab, detail, and then you ask him. He went to slab. Is this still right? Is there something wrong in this? He said, what's wrong? You are showing steel here in bottom, then you are showing steel in top. Why you are using this steel in top? And he wanted only some steel over beams. I told him, I don't want only on beams, I want full. No need of cutting steel here on beams, just take full. Same detail which is in bottom must be on top and reverse. It is doubly reinforced slab. I am installing complete compression steel. What's benefit of that? It's waste of steel. Okay, waste of steel, finish. I am going to waste this steel. I can't explain to you because you can't understand technical terms. Because I use compression steel. Compression steel purpose is different. People don't understand that. It's very easy. When you are going to use compression steel, that means you are reducing deflection. You are going to control deflection. You convert your slab into thin plate. You have already inserted steel in tension area. Of course, bottom is fine. I'm talking about top. Where hogging moment comes, you already use steel, but I want to use for wherever hogging moment comes or sagging moments come. I am going to use everywhere this steel because I am using 8 mm steel, and it's going to give you enough moment of resistance and enough ductility. Deflection control it is. Because when I am going to use compression steel, this is big solution to control some deflection. So what is your problem? Then you say, I have no problem. I understand now. Okay, if you understand, fine. He says, इसके नीचे से उलाना पड़ेगा कुछ. No problem, you go use chairs. You can use chairs for 12 mm steel, no problem. You fabricate chairs of 16 mm steel, no problem. Chairs for upper steel you have to use. No crank bar, nothing. I don't want to use any crank bar. Simple full steel, and if required cut that, because steel is 12 meters and you can take at least in one direction full steel, in other direction you can cut, but full mesh below and above, and chairs and beams as usual. They have used 12 mm bars in beams, 8 mm stirrups. So I just took two steels, 12 mm and 8 mm for whole building. Even in columns, 12 mm. People sometimes are confused. I did my house in that I used 11 meter span of frame, my room hall, multi-purpose hall. It was 11. I have those details put somewhere also. I'll show you guys later on. There's a file available. 11 point something it was, 11 meter span, and I used any bulky size of column because 40 cm, 400 mm into 1 meter. I think more than 1 meter, I exactly remember. You may say, oh, you exercise. No, it was not exercise. You have to keep fire factor in your mind. And I use that, and I use only 12 mm steel in that, but I used in layers, top and bottom equal steel, and also on skins, which is mandatory. And of course I decided that design on limited stage, so there was economy on that. There was one builder besides my house building, and that usually wanted to get my consultancy free of cost. And that person asked me, a young boy asked me, I want to see how they are constructing. I want to learn. Okay, learn from your roof. Why are you asking me? No, you asked me one day, you are using this 60 depth beam, a depth of 60, total depth. 60 beam, and this beam, you are using heavy beam. And can this beam stay in 12 mm steel? That was that layman question. Because that person asked question which clearly indicated that that person is not educated in engineering. I say, yes, this 12 mm will hold this. No, it should be 25 mm. Okay, you see, it falls or doesn't fall. You'll see yourself after some time when I take out shutters. person was shocked how this wheel can stay there. But he saw that. Still, building is there. It's calculation, what I have to do. I did nothing special. It's calculation. People do not understand that they want to keep small size of concrete members. I don't understand reason behind that. Only reason is that hired members, hired formwork, they want to use, they have only hired formwork or their own formwork. They don't want to change that formwork because this is still member, still shuttles, and they want to use it for hundreds and hundreds of members. That is their grade. They want to use timber for it. They don't know why should I buy timber and why it's very expensive. So they won't agree with this, and this is a problem I see in field, I find in field. Because engineering community is still not has won. We have not one trust of people. They have one trust of contractors. That's big point. This is ground reality. I'm just giving to you. People don't trust engineers, they trust others. Those who are not qualified, who are not worthy to be trusted, they trust them. This happens to me, of course, many times. I never take works from architects because I used to do some work for an architect who never paid me anything. Is my friend from Doha. I used to work with him. He used me many times. I didn't mind that, and many other friends used me. But I wanted to run my own consultancy, but I could not do that due to many reasons. First of all, I was not regular here. I was more interested in jobs in civil engineering and overseas because I had to learn a lot. I wanted to learn a lot. Because here you could not learn anything. Even if you are a designer, big designer, you cannot learn technologies that you can learn overseas. Where Arab world has money to spend, and they bring latest technologies from all over the world. And I was interested in that rather than fixing myself in backward designs or in designs which are obsolete and done many years back. I wanted to learn. This was my weakness, you can say that. I want to know more and more something advanced. That's my habit. Means first of all, I don't keep myself restricted to civil engineering. It's my nature that I am civil engineer. That's my profession, by chance, my education. But I am an engineer. I enter wherever I think is good for me. And I also keep language very important for me, because language is a transmission power. If you don't have language power with you, you cannot deal with people. You cannot explain to them. You cannot write to them. I think language engineering is also important. You will see what I have brought in language engineering. Yes, language is in engineering. Sometimes you are failed because your communication failed. Every person is different to whom you communicate, and if he's not happy with your communication, that person will overlook your paper. That person will go to someone else, because who has time to just research for your paper which is not clear to that man. This I also understood. Communication, if you don't use good communication, you cannot coordinate first of all, you cannot write to someone first of all. Even if you write someone will not entertain your letter, because that person does not understand that. So communication failure is very big failure, and this is management or organization failure. If your communication is not respected, not understood by others, you won't move anyway. This is my experience. And when you don't communicate, you don't write, this means you cannot coordinate also. Communication and coordination are linked together. If you can't do either, you are just a support, not an engineer. Engineer should be independent. You are not. You are like associate, you are like assistant engineer, like junior engineer, means those types of baggy engineers, who carry bags and do nothing in engineering. If you don't use your mind, there's no meaning of engineering. And mind says you have to communicate, either communicate using mind or using writing. Communication by mind is also important. Or if you don't have language power, you have to write at international level. You have to write to other nationalities. Then you have to think many factors in mind. You have to keep many factors in mind. And if you cannot think for those, you cannot decide, but you have to communicate. You cannot write every word that you understand, others don't. You have to analyze every writing. You have to analyze situation. You have to analyze what type of letter you have to write. This is based on technical information. This is based on something else. And this is related to some dispute. This is related to something else, or this is related to a specification. That kind of communication is very important to be understood. And if you understand that, it will work. And if you don't understand that, it will not work. Light is not available now. Let me see what solution. I have to put some food for birds also. Just a minute. Let me see how to wait a minute for. Let me see also what situation it is. Hold on, just for 1 minute. Not here. There is no rain but no light. Problems. What to do? You have to do without light. Okay, do without light. Sorry, gentlemen. I just wanted to feed for birds, feed to birds, and there's no power. Let me see if I can continue. It's now around 2 hours, and I should. So let's move further. I was talking something about coordination and communication. So dear friends, you are engineers, and it is duty of engineer to communicate properly. You may be in design, or you may be in execution, you may be planning, or you may be anywhere. Communication is very important. In design, you have to communicate for design. You have to communicate for requirement. And if your design is not communicative, if your drawing is not clear, you should understand this is defective. And if your drawing is not able to support sight people to work, means there should be another drawing, then should be another drawing. Means they have to go to 2 or 3 drawings or 4 drawings just to understand what you want to say. Or you have a comprehensive drawing. That is your capability, design engineer, that what you want to say. I'm not saying that you do not do your job, you know your job. The only problem is you cannot organize. That's the only problem. Every site, site engineers cannot coordinate. First of all, understand that. Site engineers are in field, they are in rough weather conditions, and sometimes, it's big wind everywhere, speed of wind, and your drawings are torn, and every drawing cannot be laminated, and moreover, there are supersessions of some drawings, and then there are revisions on drawing. So you have to consider all these factors. The designs are not drawings are not durable, and sometimes they miss. They leave one drawing, they go and they take another drawing. So it causes inconvenience for site engineers and foremen, because site engineers also give sometimes to foremen some drawings. They write their notes and give to them to carry out like this, and foremen cannot coordinate all these drawings. That point we must understand. So your drawing should be in such a manner done, and particularly structural drawings and architectural drawings, that person who is going to work on that at final stage, that person should be comfortable in its use, and that's only purpose of working drawing. Forget your architectural drawings, forget your drawings which are used for purpose of taking building permit, obtaining building permit. I'm not talking of those drawings. I'm talking those drawings that will be used for purpose of work, site purpose. And whether it's site guy who has to draw, or it's the architect that has to give, or it's engineer that has to give, those drawings must be useful, must be easily done, work on them, not very common. It should not take much time to read those drawings, and if it takes much time, this means there's confusion and confusion and confusion. And if they can't understand, then they're not very calibered people who will write to you, or they may call you on telephone, and calling on telephone means it's a big difficult, disturbing both sides, disturbing caller side and disturbing your side. Calling doesn't solve a problem. You may say call me, but you are busy on something else, and you just for courtesy sake just call me, and you won't respond on calling, I know. I don't know why. So my dear friends, communication is very important, and if you are in senior position, if you are project manager or if you are construction manager, where you are required by your obligation, by your job description, that you have to write to contractor, you have to write to client, or you have to write to site engineers, or you have to write to someone, you are a coordinator, you say, you have to write to both as a coordinator. So you must have a capacity to could draw something, write something. I'm not saying you design structurally, but you have to understand drawing, you have to understand everything, and you understand that. But concentration is the problem, your confidence is a question mark. For writing something and dispatching it, duly authenticated, you must have confidence. You must know that you have communicated what you want, all points are covered. Not that next time these 4 points are now here, next time I don't have any drawing, I'll write that point next time. So that's also nonsense. No person on other side expect that you write for same thing 3 or 4 letters, which makes inconvenience to that person. Is every time that person has to open file and see what you are listening. So no one has time. Your letters should be crystal clear. What do you want to say? That's more important. That's called package writing. And I believe in that, package writing. Yes, you may take some time, it doesn't matter. You have to go to files, you have to go to records, and you have to clearly refer to everything. And whatever you refer to, if possible, you can attach that copy. That's much more important rather than leaving it to that person. Maybe that person could not find that reference somewhere, or that person's secretary may not be smart enough to discover, to dig out that reference. So what I am saying is, you should not leave your counterpart here to waste his time. This is not good practice. And that counterpart should also think for you, think about you, and not allow your wastage of time. These both points are very important in management. If you understand communication, you can say you understand what is project and what is project working. Communication is not simply this writing, there are many other communications too, which we have gone through already, and we have gone through, Qatar specifications, requirements, and also in general project management, I have talked many times in past of that. The communication is very important part in management or organization, and of course time, cost, quality, and all many supports are these natural supports, environment supports, how to consider environment into our work, hazards control and all safety controls, and we know all that. No good communication is waste of time, and every nationality respects communication. Even those who cannot understand English, they can translate that themselves and they can understand what is written. It's very important. So, and sometimes they feel happy also because if we use good English, generally our people used to do that. Our Indian Bharat engineers used to have good knowledge of words, vocabulary, and they use better words than other nationalities. It happens. So I earn value on that. But it's the structure of it is only question mark here. Means what is your structure and writing? That is more important. These days I find that young engineers have lost that capability. That's what's the reason behind that. I am unable to understand, and that is only the reason that I started teaching them also some part of English translation from Hindi to English. I made some small videos of that also. I don't know why they can't write. What's the reason behind that? Our education levels have gone down to that one that they can't write translation. They can't write words, they can't write sentences. But in profession you have to write clearly. This is not you write your girlfriend, your boyfriend, you can write in small abbreviation. No, it's not out. You have to be crystal clear in writing, and message should be clear. What is your intention? What do you say or should demand? Or what's the requirement, or what's the clarification, what's the query? That must be very clear, reflected in your letters or in your question that you are raising. All these, technical questions or contextual questions or other questions, where you are responsible for and you are dealing with that, you should be having a capacity to compose those in a way that and other person understands them. So this I say, if you do this, and this is, it's not taught in colleges, unfortunately. We don't learn English to that level in our syllabus, because in engineering there's no time to study all this. You have to learn all this later on. And not only English you have to learn. It's not question of English alone. You have to learn certain other subjects also in your field which are applicable, which are useful, but which do not constitute parts of syllabus. Like, contract, you can say safety, you can say, quality, and you can say many issues like news, you find many things in news, or you can say how to handle workers, labor relations, you may say this one, labor relations, and what is society in labor, and how to administer them, how to handle contractors. All these are not in syllabus of engineering. Even if they are that time you cannot understand them. You are just interested at that time. Everybody is interested in passing that examination and nothing more than that. Once you pass that examination, then you need a job training or something, and then you want to make money. So you lose. There's no time for you to learn. But if you don't learn, maybe in the beginning you don't accept that because you are in a bright mood. I am engineer, I have passed this. So I am big. Yes, very good of your university. You are big indeed, that's true. You are big. When I was in my diploma studies, everybody of course was concerned about whether you'll get job or no in future. So our instructor, survey instructor, used to joke with us. Don't worry. The diploma is not very cheap. It's very expensive. Yeah, you have to. It's not so cheap. You can't buy it like that. But don't worry. You'll get job. Everybody will get job. Yeah, I think 25 student, 30 student. Don't worry, you'll get job. Only 150 rupees monthly. 150 rupees monthly. At that time, he said. People used to laugh. 150 rupees. Said, what if you do 150 rupees? No, that's only your value. But diploma is very expensive. So you can't miss what a joke it was. Yes, students, people, teachers do like that talk, So, something you remember in life, it happens. And same thing, one of our maths teacher, Prashad, used to say, when some people don't understand some questions or some example, don't worry. This you have to, if you want to pass AMI, this you have to understand. Or they say, if you understand this, you pass. No, that's not true. It happens. What to do? Well, I just wanted to extract your boredom, so I said that examples. Your examples are different. You are engineer now. You are not a kid. And engineer means responsibility. And responsibility cannot be disposed without knowledge and without application. You have to, just like you used to be upon your midnight electricity while studying to pass designs and theories. You used to maybe sit 12 or 14 hours a day to study in those times. You have to work in these times, and you are packing up yourself to become a good engineer. And you have to become an engineer, yet you are not an engineer because you have only qualification. Academics, you don't have, cadre of engineer. And that cadre comes only after experience. Until you attain 5 to 10 years experience, real experience, you can't claim that you are an engineer. Now I'm not talking law, I'm talking something else, because maturity. Engineer, if goes just with knowledge of university and goes to public, I'm a consultant, then first of all they will not have confidence if they know you are fresh. And secondly, they will make jokes of you. Our consultant, our consultants are. They will just take it differently, not in a way you want to tell them. And you also are not used to be called engineer, so you will feel also, shameful. I'm not an engineer, I just pass things. You won't understand your designation doesn't mean there. That's what people think so. Just like when you get admission in engineering, they type, oh, engineer, you are engineer. So it's public, Public expects something of you. When I was studying, one religious person in my society say, oh, engineer, what is engineer? Engineer is very big power. If engineer is very big power, if engineer goes to site and says, this building is not right, demolish it. He used to joke like this, you know what he is? Very big person, very big power. Engineer goes to project building, hey, this building is defective, I don't accept, demolish this. Now I know that was a joke. It doesn't happen, but picture of people, picture of professional minds of people is like that. How I joined this field, I don't know. My father said, no. My father saw some building being constructed opposite his shop. And I was, I think, in that time, 8th standard or 7th standard. And my father had a lot of public experience. He saw that people used to come there on that building. I was only a 3-story building, but in that time 3-story was also very big. And many officers used to come there. It was a Lions Club building actually. Lions Club building. And my father used to see how they were constructing from foundations to everything. He was interested in that type, how to make plans. He knew nothing, but he wanted to do that. And I think he liked that. Then once that building was visited by, I think chief engineer or someone, I don't know that person. And there was no entry from our main street. There was a steel section fixed, and also his car could not come to that building, about I think 300 meters or 200 meters. What they did, they put their park car there outside that street near one area, and that engineer came with others, following others, and he walked, and they were really there with the garlands, and you know, so all saw some big engineers coming in that street. They started garlanding him when he came, and my father was very, enthusiastic. Oh, engineer is respected like that. I'm talking very long back. I was in 8th standard, 7th standard. I am 55 pounds, so you can say it was about 69 or 68 something. So my father was very much impressed with that. Engineer is respected like this. My mother say, see his face is a little black, but see his respect his engineer. काला है तो क्या, इंजीनियर तो है. क्या वो काला है तो इंजीनियर तो है. Respect to this means that. So I could not understand what they're talking of. What is the engineer was that? So my father says, my son would be this. I want to make my son like this. So he discussed with me, what do you want? I said, I don't know what you're talking. No, it's only 8 years. Means what? I was in 8th standard, so 3 years for 9th, 10th and 11th, and 5 years degree. Only 8 years. You will become this. However, I didn't know even after passing diploma what I was. Even after passing diploma, I don't know what I was, what my designation is. But our professor said, oh, you are now qualified overseer, or at that time used to say overseer, or then junior engineer. You are engineer. Your certificate says you are diploma engineering. You are diploma in, you passed diploma in civil engineering, 3 years diploma in civil engineering. And postman, oh, engineer sahab, this and that. Fake society, that's why I say fake always. But life moves. Life moves and you have to move further. Learning has no limit. That's my understanding. Degrees have limit. Learning has no limit. Your degrees tell someone that yes, you have qualified this, and you are expected to do something in this capacity. That's what degrees say. It doesn't guarantee anything. Degrees don't guarantee, but it mandates that you are educated one, you are competent, and you can perform to this level. That's what degree claims. But then we should perform. That's also important. We should perform. But performance can be done only when you have practical knowledge. Practical knowledge means passing whatever degree you have. When you go to site, people expect you, workers expect you, owners expect you, contracts expect you, that you will perform. And that performance is, if not done, they used to show in films, long back, 40, 50 years back. The engineer just passed degree and he became very big chief engineer. He started signing everything as if he knew everything. So that was concept at time, that it's everything. But this concept has changed later on, because so many thousands of engineers came after education. They joined society and they joined jobs, and practically what engineering is different than what we conceived those days. Just like there was a film Roti Kapda Aur Makan, and one engineer was Manoj Kumar was the engineer on site, and they thought he has one drawing and standing on site. In one drawing you can control everything. One drawing is there showing, and multi-story structure is going on, and he can do that in one drawing. This was concept. Means this is just token, means it's nothing, and his girlfriend is there, and car khadi hai, baith jao, all that. Well, I'm just referring to that because life is that. Engineering is not what you think is engineering. Engineering is do it. If you cannot do it, then don't waste your time. You have to work hard in engineering. You have to think. If you are not a thinker, you are not an engineer. Simple. I define engineer like that. First, you have to be hard worker. That is, otherwise you can't pass engineering. Engineering passing is not adequate, it's not enough. Passing means you know something, it means only that. Passing does not mean you are a qualified person. Though they say it's a qualified, but no, it's not. I don't consider that. Passing only means, just like in every degree you go and pass, somebody passes after 35% marks, some pass 50% marks, some pass 80% marks, it's up to you. And that also doesn't mean that you know that. If you got 80% marks, also does not indicate that you are very excellent. No, it's not. Or you know everything. No, it's not. It's not possible. Not at all. Learning and passing are different words. If you learn, don't compare to pass, because you have to learn everything. And you have to learn at least that in which you are going to build yourself. While passing was only for certification. It's only for coming out of curiosity that yes, I have qualified. But your actual study starts after passing. That is fact in engineering. If you pass, you sit down at home, sleep, you won't be called engineer, because you are not doing anything. Definition of engineer is think and deliver. Simple. Understand? Range is think, deliver. It's like magic if you see these two words. Just think. Think for something and deliver it. Is it possible? No, it's not possible. But it's a fact. In engineering is a fact. Whatever you think, you have to give shape to that. And that shape is engineered. That shape, if works, is engineering. If it doesn't work, then there should be some objective. There should be some use for whatever project you do. That is engineering. If your product doesn't work, doesn't perform, then your thinking was wrong, or your process is wrong after thinking. Your thinking was something and you made something else. This means you are having defects in your education. You do not know what you are doing. That is where problem lies. Engineer's job is to solve problems in its own field and to solve problems for society. That's the job of engineer. If there's a problem in city or in whatever area you're living, and example, rain, flood. Yes, there is rain, then you say if there is rain, there is flood. No, I don't accept this. If there is rain, there is flood. No, this is no relation. Why? Rain doesn't mean flood. This means you are not able to digest that rain. You are not able to contain that rain. Your system is not well designed and done that can accept that rainwater and transport it somewhere else. So why do you say if there is rain, there is flood? This is political statement, okay? Politician can say that, but not engineering. Engineering doesn't accept this. Either there is a system in your city or where you are here, there is a system existing, or there is no system. If there is a system existing, infrastructure is there to take off rainwater, why should there be flood? If there is a system, there should be no stagnation of water, there should be no flood, but it is because your system is choked, your system is blocked. So where's fault is? Your maintenance fault it is. But you are an engineer, you are responsible, or who is responsible, they are responsible. You cannot say that rain means flood. This is not engineering meaning. That's why I am surprised. But everywhere it happens. Because there is no one to take any responsibility. You may say power is in hands of politicians. Yes, power is in hands of politicians. But they have engineers also. What are they doing? Tell me which department there are no engineers. Everywhere there is engineers, but every time there is flood. They know pipes are blocked. Underground pipes are blocked. Why do they sleep then? Why they do not deseal them before monsoon? Only solution is you deseal them. Take out all sand from that, all sludge from that, or whatever is there, rubbish from that, clean them and keep your roads clean so that rainwater chambers are open and water enters them and goes flowing through your drains. What's the purpose there? Here in my city, here in urban small state, here is small city, they had there was no rainwater system. Still there is no rainwater system here. I'm just giving an example. Faridabad, in which sectors I am staying, there was no system of rainwater. Yes, there was system of sewage water. That was also different type of sewer system. Not exactly your system sewer that takes your sewerage and sewage to some other treatment plant at end, and there you start treating that sewage. That system doesn't exist here. Here they had different approach in both sewage as well. Rainwater system doesn't exist. What they do for rainwater? They say let water stay on both sides of road. There's a road system on this side, system you let the water stagnate there. It will go below ground, it will charge reservoir, underground reservoir. This was their approach. But that did not work, because the philosophy is okay, water should be recharged to soil reservoir below ground, maybe 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 100 feet, or whatever meter. But question is, they don't understand soil mechanics here. You got my point? They understand they have to recharge that reservoir which is available below soil, but they don't understand what is meaning of soil. So there is a deficiency. So their engineers must tell them. This means engineers also know that if water is not going down from surface, when it accumulates there, it remains stagnant and breeds mosquitoes. What's the purpose of that? Then how you can say there's harvesting? They will call it harvesting. Water should go down below, but because there is clay in top layer. Let us say there's a clay of 27 meters or 6 meter clay. Clay where water cannot move through, it cannot pass through clay particles, so water cannot go down. This point they could not understand for long. They are saying we are doing rainwater harvesting, we are recharging, but water is not getting recharged to reservoir. Water is getting stagnant in clay, and clay swells in, and it becomes very dirty to walk or to drive on that. And then what happens? It gives way to breeding of mosquitoes. This they understand. I don't know, understood or no. What they are doing, they are trying to construct boxes, RCC boxes, both sides or one side, so that rainwater should be drained to that boxes through some means, and that boxes keep that water. That water can be transported to somewhere else using your trucks, water tanks. That's what they are doing. They could not do that completely, but they are doing very badly. But I think that's the motto, that's objective behind that. That rainwater should also be stored like sewage. What they do in sewage, they very big pipes, say 2 meters diameter pipe, they embed it in, put in down, and sewage goes to that pipe. There's no gradient in that pipe. There's no question of gravity flow. They are not concerned with gravity flow. They use that as long septic tank, piped septic tank over all areas. Means all pipes are connected together. And these pipes are all area. These are connected to all units, all residences, and these pipes are, because big size, the sewage can stay there for months together. And then what they see considerable quantities available. Then what they do? They start these machines that can use this. They can use these tankers, and also this can work there, in different positions. And then other machines can work somewhere else. So this happens. We have to understand these points. Means we can't use them. So same thing, they want to use this as a reservoir or tank or septic tank or water tank for that purpose or that person. So this means our engineers are not giving good solutions. They are giving expensive solutions, and that's what I'm saying. You have to think of solutions rather than supporting some solution. Our engineers are bad habitual that they do not think, they just support government, they will support something else. This is not their job, but they are more interested in that rather than thinking and developing. Some engineers will mind my statement, but you mind or you don't mind, facts is that we are not thinking engineers. We are just job working engineers, so we think let our job move. Why should I worry about that? That's basics of engineering. Well, if we know what soil value is, what is soil, we can help build good buildings. And if you know what engineering is, unfortunately, hardly 1 or 2% only take part. They use to, they use their minds to see things better. It's very bad for me at this time. How long can I talk like this? Yesterday also it happened. I think day before yesterday also happened. And well, today I'm lucky because I was not thinking to continue today's program. There was no light up to 2:30, and I could not even fill my water tank on roof because there was no light. And I was fortunate enough to take tea early morning due to something, but I'm thirsty now. Very heavy. Oh, light has come. Good, light has come. That's good. Lucky I am. Lucky. Let us see how long can I. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you very much. So, I am just asking all not to be timid, think on and find solutions. This is job of engineers, not to be behind others. If you think you can solve, if you don't think you cannot solve, this is life. Engineering is not what you think, engineering is something which you should think. Engineering, if you come to engineering to make money, then don't come to engineering, because engineering is a service profession, it's a devotional profession, it's not money making profession. That keep in mind. Again I say, think, deliver. One point is think and one point is deliver. In between this you are engineer, in between this. Think, work, quality, everything, and then work. Your delivery is defective, no meaning. Your delivery is bad quality, no meaning, and no meaning. Because you are thinker, you are deliverer, you are engineer, blame goes to you, not to someone else. Even if contractor is at fault, blame goes to you because you are a supervisor. If your contract is crooked, this means you are crooked. Simple. If your contract is rubbish, you are rubbish. Simple. Either remove that contractor, take action, or you are rubbish. If your job is bad, by contractor you are bad. Your staff is bad. You are not caring. That's why job is bad. You have to share all bad characters or bad qualities. That is your gut. If you cannot share that, you are not responsible. What credit you want to take, credit you say, I want to take credit, but who will take your debit? You have to take your debit. First you take debit, then think of credit. I agree, no work can be 100% perfect. But okay, 95% perfection view, that is also acceptable. But you don't want to give any perfection, you just say, okay, what we have done is right. No, it's not right. Where is quality? Where is safety? Where is service? Where is durability? You have to see that. This is only a reason that I want to refer documents that are more reliable, that are more workable, that have been experienced. Our documents are available but not experienced because our engineers don't care for them. I don't know reason behind that, why our engineers are not very dynamic, very aggressive Not dynamic alone, you should be aggressive. But general trend says, general reports say that our engineers become part of contractors or become part of politicians or decision makers. That's only a problem. You can become anything, doesn't matter. This means you are running away from the responsibility. You are lucky that you are made engineer. God allow you that one. Because becoming engineering is also not everybody's ball. Everybody cannot be engineer, just like everybody can be doctor. Everybody cannot become an engineer. This is also a fact of life. Only few can become engineer, whom God blesses. Because God gives us energy, God gives us support, God gives everything. Only then we can become engineer. Otherwise you cannot become engineer. So if you are an engineer, then you have to work for God. But you are not working for God, you are working for contractor. You are working for politician. You are working for corruption. You are working for which you don't want to work. You are working for that. This means you are a broker, you are not an engineer. You are a broker for contractor, you are a broker for politician, you are a broker for someone else. What you are for yourself? You are broker for everybody because you are using your cab, you are using your caliber, engineering caliber to let politician earn, to let contractor earn, and to let yourself earn for corrupting your family. So you are not engineer. I can't call you engineer in that case because you have sold your soul, you have sold your honesty for some money. That some money is higher than your honesty. That's some money. Yes, you may earn many crores in your life by corruption. But did you come to this world to earn that money? You have to think that way. And you think you will be happy with that? Never. Because happiness that comes through hard-earned money, honesty-based money, that is different. Money that comes through corruption can never survive. I am talking not engineering, I am talking facts, reality of life. Are you born for money or you are born to develop earth? You have to decide. Material that you are using is not your material, not contracts material, not honest material. This is natural material. You are using God product. God produced every material. You are serving that material to be used on earth. That is non-ownership. You are using every means that is available which was produced. You are using human resources. Who produced that? God produced that. You are using machines. Who used that? Who produced that? Yes, earth produced that. People, but where's material? From where material came? Material came from ores, from minerals, mines. So that's not your material. You use water. From where water comes? Whatever you use on these projects, if you claim that you are engineer for, and you too are not your own. You too are not your own. You are also not your own. So under what authority you are doing corruption? Under what authority? My question is that it is illegal authority that you are doing corruption and you are spoiling nature, you are spoiling material, and you are spoiling your character because you just want to give bad product. Just see, crores spent on a project and in few days it washes away. That bridge or building, where is that? Everybody is naked now. There is no honesty left, no conscience left. This means God is not left for you. If you change like this, being an engineer, you are number one criminal in that case, I can say. Maybe not here on earth, there you are criminal. Politicians shall not be called a criminal because politics means criminalization. You are number one criminal because you allowed that as an engineer to corrupt practice of engineering. It's your credit. I should say credit because you are responsible for that. I can't blame someone else. So I directly blame engineers of this country that if there is something wrong on projects, they are bad products, they are bad products, bad buildings, bad designs, something bad, it is engineers that are responsible. Why do you touch feet of politicians? Why do you touch feet of your officers? Why do you do that? You stay as an engineer, you fight with them, I will do according to requirement. You don't care for what you say. Can you do that? You can't do that, I know. Can't do that, not possible. Because for that you have to sacrifice. And people are not sacrificial tendency. None. You must sacrifice, can't you? That is where problem lies. Well, talking like this will not take us to somewhere. Yesterday I concluded this file. Yesterday I concluded this file of general, this general specifications 1, section 1. I concluded that yesterday, and I was just talking on about what we learned in that. There's that file. Oh no, this file is actually Qatar section 1. Yeah. Let us see. In this file, we talked about specifications of materials, and we had passed through various stages. We had gone through original context, that was general, then we went to chapters. It's now I like to go further on that. That what we learned actually, we learned so much in that. Let me first tell again what were indexed in that, so that we understand. We learned in that in about 240 pages, 200 pages, more than that. Introduction, then we in that we had general and compliance and standards, then terms and definitions, abbreviations, and then we had all that in details. Then we moved off to another chapter, that was number 2. All the details are here, means whatever is written on that. And in chapter 2, then there are symbols also. There are some symbols like I'll speak for your information. There's micron, ampere, Celsius, centi, day, diameter, gram, hour, hectare, joule, kilo, liter, mega, meter, milli, Newton, number, Pascal, radius, secondary, ton, volt, watt. Then there are institutions like American Association of State Highways and Transport Officials, American Concrete Institute, American National Standards Institute, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, American Society of Testing and Materials, and then American Welding Society, American Water Works Association, British Standard Institution, Cement and Concrete Institution, Commission of Approval of Electrical Equipment, Chartered Institution of Building Services Engineers, and Concrete Industry Research and Information Association, Concrete Reinforcing Steel Institute, and the Concrete Society, Dutch Institute for Nurturing, Norman General, German Institute for Sterilization, Electronic Institutes Association. Then you can say European Standards and Federal High Authority, Factory Mutual Engineering and Gulf State Standards, Institute of Civil Engineers, and International Electrotechnical Information Institution of Electrical Engineers, the Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and International Organization for Standardizations and Loss Prevention, Council and Loss Prevention Certification Boards, and Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Agriculture, National Electrical Manufacturers Association, and National Fire Protection Engineers Agency. Then you can say National Fire Protection Agency, and we have then Priestess of Concrete Institute, and Public Works Authority, Ashgal, and then Qatar Construction Specifications. And Qatar General Specification, General Electric and Water. Then Qatar Standards Laboratory and Standardization Affairs, Ministry of Environment, Qatar Telecom Providers, Swedish Standards Institute, and United Kingdom Department of Transport, and Urban Planning and Development Authority, and Verband Dutch Electrotechnical Association for Electrical and Information Technologies. Then there is information about maximum ambient temperature 50 degrees Celsius, and minimum ambient temperature 5 degrees Celsius, design ambient temperature 50 degrees Celsius, maximum metal temperature under sun 85 degrees Celsius, and maximum ambient humidity 100%, and maximum ambient humidity 20%. Then design ambient humidity 100%, like that. So there are many informations available in there. I'm just giving you some information. There will be classification then about working of years, and in that which class building is, and that is means building structures, design working life shall be minimum. In this, what is given? There are 3 columns: design working life category means what design category it is, and then indicative design working life years, and examples. Now what it says, for example, we said category 1 design, it is design working life category 1. Then say 10 years, it says about 10 years, and temporary structures it is. That says category 2 is 10 to 25 years standing design work life. Then it is replaceable structural parts, we can say gantry girders, wheel bearings, and if it is number 3, 15 to 30 years storage and similar structures, and it is class 4, and this is 50 to 75 years. This is bunkers, building structures and other common share. Then likewise means there's number 4, which is 50 to 75 years, which is building structures and other common structures, and then there's number 5 is 120 centimeters square. This is approximately the 120 years, and the civil engineering structures like bridges, tunnels. So same way we go further, and we will find many more such information. Only specific I am giving you, I am just going to rewind that. Then number 2 is use and maintenance of site, and use of site and maintenance of site. Then there is site access and entry into site, and there is action. Lazy hand. So site access there is, then site access and entry onto site. There is general access roads, temporary access roads, site entry, etc. And then if you go further onto that, site access and entry roads on the site, all details of that. And likewise, if you go to other, the portion 4, Part 4 in this, there is protection, how to protect. Means how to protect your works, how to work. In it there is general, there is protection of works and protection of other works, and protection of survey control points and watch and ward lighting, watch and line hoarding. And there is the protection again. All this protection of works and protection of other works. These are details here, which means watching allied lighting. Then watch and ward and hoarding, and if you go further, there is interference. Interference. Interference is there. Then is interference means land interest and existing properties, existing roads, apparatus, all that come to interest. And then in interference also, which I told you, means details are there. Now project meetings, that's very important part, project meetings, because meetings cover every part and it's very important one. In this general, then pre-construction meeting, progress meeting, pre-startup meeting, post-construction meeting, and record of meetings like that. Then project meetings details are there. So I think it's wind again and maybe light off again, sometime. So I to be then progress meeting and topics of discussion, progress pre-startup meeting. Record of meeting is very important. Now we'll go to submittals. I discussed yesterday, lost submittals, material submittals, dying submittals chart here, and all over here submittals. I move further. Generally, it's a procedure they have to do everything. After that, submittals will go method statements, method of submittals, and connections to the submission. And after that, we go to program schedule. Now, one minute. Then there is organization chart. Organization chart is very important just to know about. Then it is health and safety organization. I'll move fast. Site diary is also very important. I explain to you why it's important, because for every day we write records of site, and that site diary. Very bad weather again, black sky. It's difficult really. So it was a site diary, and it's very important because in right, I explained yesterday, again I will tell you some labor on what you have to record daily. You have to record labor on site by trade and its location, labor on site by trade and its location, allocation and subcontractors working on site, material and equipment delivered to site, material and equipment listed, and plant equipment and tools brought onto site. Okay, then we say labor on site by trade and its location, subcontractors working on site, material and equipment delivered to site, material and equipment utilized, plant equipment and tools brought onto removed from site, including hired plant work progress during day, verbal instructions requiring written confirmation, temporary and weather conditions, details of whatever occurrence which may affect progress of work, and whatever else is, you can say inspections, you can say something else which you think must be recorded. Then we go further and reports which means procurement status report, progress report, and photographs. Then pre-construction photograph, monthly photographs, and then it is drawings, which drawing means and shop drawings, heavy drawings, and heavy drawings. After that means as-built survey drawings and submittals, all that. And if you go through all that, you'll find so much requirement. Then materials approvals. It's very important part. Without materials, you cannot do anything. So material approval is very important. What actually is required in that? That's point here. In material approvals, that's the big point, and that is a manufacturer's name and address. On that, you have to must give my material manufacturer's name. Then trade or brand name. If you go further, samples, how to give samples, how to certificates, all that, instruction manuals, submittals again, and then structure of operations of maintenance that you must give, survey and layout method statements. And then you go to, you can say after that, this building demolition is very complicated one. We talk into building demolition. I'll go further. Occupational health I have told many times. Then we'll go to other one, and that is this very long one. This occupational health. I will not like to talk on that. Engineer site facilities we discussed. Engineer site facilities, and then we also extend it. It's page 130 now, it's about half a book is gone. Now, then there's a revision contractor site facilities, we have a knowledge about that. What contract requires, we have to provide everything. And then provision of how much this is advertising pays. We have discussed means photographs, everything of work you have to give, then provision of Hamad Medical, so there's some relation to Hamad Medical, and it's also here then. After that, setting out of works and site information and surveying, setting out. Then there is another one, that is temporary works and equipment. We have discussed about that. And then temporary works and equipment, all those temporary equipment. Oh, that's certificate for cranes. Please don't mind, because I could not sleep today due to rain. Yesterday also could not sleep. So temperature controls, which is very important, and then temporary controls, dust controls, all pollution control. That's temporary controls. And then What is traffic diversion? Traffic diversion part is there. Traffic diversion is, and after that is, this is project coordination, which is very important. Again, I say coordination here is coordination. That's very important part of what. Coordination, without coordination, you can't work as an engineer, remember. Very important. So the coordination is there, contracts activities are there, responsibilities are there, then subcontracts are the ministries, the licensed public authorities, and then other contractors we have to take care who is like your contractors are working there, what are responsibilities. Then regulatory requirements. Then regulatory requirements are big one, references and notices, and provision for persons with disabilities we discussed, and then we discussed about water storage, bulk waste collection, waste storage, waste collection, then recyclable waste management facilities. I can read it both fans, my eyes were affected. So regulatory requirement and building facade, external cladding. We started this external facade, maintenance manual, access of cleaning, and then provision of ablution facility in public building. Then after that is clearance of site, which is very important. Clearance of site. Final inspection and handover. Then final inspection and handover report. And then you can say final inspection, the items to be provided by contractor and mechanical electrical works and all that. Because meeting documents. What should be there in documents for project report? That's a big question mark here. 1 minute please. Yeah. Weather is different now, I think. It's different weather now. Sorry for disturbing all the time. Now, project record documents, which are very important documents. In this we say, in this we can say What is this man saying? Let me see. I will come outside and maybe unnecessarily calling this. In project records, we consider drawings, specifications, addenda, variation orders, correspondences, transmittal, inspection and test reports. These are very important documents, it's only recorded somewhere. We've got drawings, specifications, addenda, variation orders, correspondences, transmittals and inspection and test records, all that. But there are many more, it's not given here completely. The record drawings, record of specifications, maintenance period, minor one are here, let me see. New technologies and innovations that we must be having, using the new technologies, machines, general procedures for approval, scope is there, and prerequisite approvals and technology innovations of interest. And these are polymer cell. Let's example, it is following our particular interest of interest, as in Qatar. This is polymer modified bitumen PMB, then super pave and performance grade binders suitable for climatic conditions of Qatar, and cold laid asphalt and rubber recycling, stone mastic asphalt, then SMA and glass reinforced plastic GRP, polyethylene PE plain and corrugated pipes, and fiber reinforced concrete FRC, and recycling and recycling of materials from demolished buildings and roads. Then next is then new technologies continue, and documentation, like different documentation here. New technologies, right, shall be requested to submit the following, drawings, specifications, technology references and manual specifications and source reference from previous clients, and transmittals, inspection, test records, and health and safety requirements, environmental requirements, metal safety data sheet regarding but not limited to transportation, handling, and storage, and first aid requirements, and financial arrangements, and first and final inspection, and then design supervision consultant quality. About the consultant, supervision, design consultant and super consultant, what they are to do to whether, let us say, the indexes, design and supervision consultant, what is the scope of the reference and definition. And now design consultant quality requirements is quality responsible and duties. Adds quality responsibility and duties, quality system documentation, quality plan, and construction, inspection and test requirements. And say quality plan, construction, inspection, testing requirements, specification, design consultant verification, and sub-consultant quality. Because I said design consultant says quality responsibility and duties, quality system documentation, quality plan, quality plan and construction, inspection and test requirements, specifications, and then it is supervision, consultant quality requirement, quality responsibilities and duties, quality system documentation, quality plan, inspection and test plan, and technical procedures, work instructions and method statements, and monitoring by supervision consultants, and review of contractors, quality documentation, then inspection responsibility, and then it is inspection and test surveillance points and visits, and supervision consultants, verification, interfacing, punch lists, and production of works and quality records. Then design and supervision consultants quality responsibility. And then in quality assurance completely we have covered everyone. And we personally you have to submit quality plan. And this is a quality plan, which is a very important point with that. What point you consider, that's also important, just for reference I'm telling. In this are relevant extracts from corporate quality manual, reference to specifications standards, list of all procedures applicable to project, POQC organization, documents control, inspection and test, specific work progress, was practices, list of all procedures applicable to consultants, project, quality system audits and management review, quality objectives, key performance indicators, KPIs, and allocation of resources, responsibility and authority for phases of work. Then, control of non-conformance, corrective and preventive action, and then you see quality objectives, management review, allocation of resources, responsibility and authority for all phases of work, control of non-conformance, corrective and preventive actions, contract change, lessons learned and continual improvement, and then contract changes, control of non-conformance and conformance and lessons learned, and this. Then we have to move to design and supervision control, and also supervision consult quality, supervision consultant quality here, design supervision control quality requirement. What are those? That's reviewing of previous month quality, review of previous month quality, current performance of activities, providing 4-week work ahead of planned activities, non-conformance of activities, key performance indicators, audit schedule, and status of inspection of test plans and method statements, and then quality training, and then contractor project quality plan and quality plan are also section. Alright, then we go to next one, that is quality system documentation. Inspection test is all same, monitoring by supervision and consultants. So I am going to end this one soon. This is design, again same structural, sorry. Now construction dewatering, which was very important point and point we learned yesterday. This is very important from environmental point of view and site point of view, because without dewatering you can't construct. Without dewatering you can't construct. Dewatering is very important. And when you do dewatering, you can't spoil foundations, you can't spoil soil strata, you can't impact on other structures adjacent there. That's very important point. So if you understand dewatering, this means you have to understand soil nature here. You have to understand how water falls in that. Just like in a well, there's a curve like this, it falls. Draw down curve, there is also in there, there's a waterfall. You have to understand nature of soil, you have to understand water moves in that, and what type of dewatering you have to do, which is best. Because once you start dewatering, you can't stop that, remember. Once you start dewatering on any project, you can't stop that. That's also control on dewating, because water will accumulate otherwise. Purpose of dewating, not to dewater from surface, you have to just take out some water so that your area of foundations remain dry. That's the only purpose. You can't dewater forever. That I'll dewater for 3 years or 2, you can't do that. Only until foundation or substructure is constructed, because it requires dry area for construction of foundations. You can't construction foundations in wet areas. You must have dry area for that. That is sole purpose of dewatering. But you can't dewater according to your heart and mind. You have to understand geology, localized geology of that area. That is main point here. And then you have to use that water also if you can. And if you can use that water, it's very difficult because you have to store that water. Or you have to dispose that water somewhere. How to dispose that water? That's also been major controls, because you can't spoil natural, you can't spoil artificial systems which are used. You have to remove silt from there, you have to remove clay from there, impurities from there. Only then you can do that. So what actually this says, we have to understand that in this. It's saying about dewatering. Dewatering is saying, then it's construction dewatering. General is, then there is the requirement, current procedure requirement, relevant Qatari law and regulations, EIA requirement, air quality standards, noise standards, discharge to surface and groundwater network standards, or environment impact assessment means discharge to surface and groundwater network standards, means there's a network, you have to flow through that. When you have to flow through that network, you can't damage network, you can't clog it. So there's an environmental impact assessment. You have to understand how does it impact environment in that area. Then geotechnical and geo-environment study. Then you have to understand how soil is below there in water and how can it impact this line. Geotechnical and geoengineering study requirements, and then existing groundwater monitoring documentations and risk assessment of construction drawings. And like that, this is risk assessment of the line, dewatering monitoring plan and training requirement. And there's recruitment. And then you go forward, dewatering techniques, which techniques are there. Before that, dewatering monitoring plan and training requirement and existing groundwater monitoring document, risk assessment, all you have to see. Then dewatering technique, construction dewatering methods, guidelines, what like there are some pits you want to use, or you want to use well system, or you want to use deep wells, or ditches, French drains, or you want to use cut off excavation barriers and dewatering effluent treatment you want to, or means settlement tanks or settlement tanks types and tank size. And then other treatments are silt and fine grained soils and disposal options and discharge to sea. Then discharge to sea via surface and groundwater network, discharge to sea direct or discharge to lagoons and what type of lagoons. Then discharge by injection to deep groundwater aquifer, deep well injection, groundwater recycle and reuse on site, integrated management of construction dewatering, the construction environment management plan, CEMP, that's called construction environment management plan. And then it is the monitoring plan and training plan and order control is very important, health and safety considerations and site investigation and design considerations and housekeeping considerations. Then we go to appendices, and this construction dewatering appendices. In this then relevant Qatari laws and regulations and EIA requirement, air quality standards, noise standards, discharge to surface and groundwater networks, environmental impact assessment, EIA, and geotechnical and geoengineering studies. Then you can say geotechnical and geoengineering, geoenvironment study requirement. After we go further, we will find construction drafting. We continue, and it's long game, long chapters, not small one. Reverting techniques we have to study well, and then the very diagrams are there. We discuss here. Tables are there, diagrams here, schedules are there. All are given. So many schools are there. This can be posted directly. I take and so we can say that we have gone through all these tables and all these forms that we apply for getting these permits to ministry of that country. All are there. These complete details are there. We have gone through yesterday. We transfer to you. And then I think we are going to end this book and this page, and because and as we talked yesterday only, we can say we can complete this preliminary, or you can send details. When I just narrated to you, but I will share this file later on because there's some problem on Facebook. I tried sharing this with a video, but that system didn't work. I have complained to them. Let us see if they can improve that or what they do. This site closed now. If I get a chance, I try to do. I will share this file on Facebook. Although this file is available on some, I have put URL there. If you see my text, you will find the URL of this file. If you can download, or I will share with you later, not now, because I can't. Either I'll share only this file, or in running video I'll share this. I tried, but FB's system is a failure. The fault is somewhere. It doesn't work. So if I wanted to move it in during live video, but it didn't work. So I'll separately share it in another video. Let me see. There are four or five many files as such. We'll see what to do, and then we'll meet together and talk about this. I'm going to other one, and that. That's also very important, and we will take up later, but now I'm just referring to that soil context, because context is long term. Let me see if I can open that file of soil. I'll just like to brief on that, what that file is. It is there or no? Let me see. In my syllabus, SAP geotechnical report. I'd like to just discuss some points of that. This is a file from one laboratory, that is Arab Center for Engineering Studies. This file, and this file is this file. I can't show you this file. If you want to, I can show you by photograph. Let me try if I can show you this by photograph. I'll try that one. I can take one snap and show you one page at least, if not all, just for reference. Wait a minute, please. Let me see if I can show you this. Hold on. Let me take this photograph and show you. Okay, okay. Just into one, other one is I'm just giving you 3 photos here, just for information. I'll show you later on. And this is photo number 1, that is here. This is that report copy. This is this is from Abu Dhabi, Arab Center, and that is laboratory. Arab Center for Engineering Studies. This is name of laboratory, and this is number 1 photo. I'm just taken of that. I'm showing you this. Then I'll go to the other photo. And this is that. This is a letter of some information. That's the other one. This is just the page indicating table of contents. See, I'll close this one. Just for information, I show to you, nothing else. Otherwise, you'll see when this file is open up regularly. And let me also see if I can find some other important photo in that. Let me now speak about this better. Now, this is just for information. I'm not going to explain anything in this. Just means what I'm talking of. This is a report regarding geotechnical investigation for some project. I'm not naming that project. You can see that in your photo. This is a practical report. You can see, not imaginary, not fictitious. This report is from some project, and some project. Arab Center for Engineering Studies. This is one laboratory there. Many laboratories are there. This is one of them. These are qualified qualified licensed laboratories, because they must have licenses from state, or else they are not allowed to practice. And these laboratories are not ordinary laboratories. They have complete system, complete organization, and they submit very, you can say, professional reports. For example, this report is having 236 pages. 236 pages, this report alone is having. You can yourself think, if this report is having 236 pages, it's like a book, small book. I'm not saying big book, small book. So one report contains so many pages, and if you see report here in our country, you won't find report more than 5-10 pages. That's a difference in this. This is called professional reporting, and that's called just personal reporting, not professional reporting. Well, this one here in this, what I'm just telling, I'm just going to tell you once what actually they say. I'm not going to name. This letter is written by this to this geotechnical laboratory, to this company for which they worked, and this laboratory is placed to submit this report of geotechnical investigation for this project. This investigation was carried out according to technical services subcontract number this between international company, I'm not taking name, and Arab Center for Engineering Studies, who is considered subcontractor in this term, and which is effective as of 15th October 2002. You can say 18 years old this is. 2002. This report presents results of field and laboratory test results, geotechnical analysis and interpretation of findings, conclusions and recommendations to aid design and construction of foundations. Again, this report presents results of field and laboratory test results, geotechnical analysis and interpretation of findings, conclusions and recommendations to aid design and construction of buildings, foundations. This report presents results of field and laboratory tests, geotechnical analysis and interpretation of findings, conclusion and recommendations to aid and aid and construction of foundations, and we would like to take this opportunity, whatever is there. Now come on to the next one. Now in this, it is an index, and this was table of contents, and the one is transmitted later, so I am not reading the table of contents is that. Now what is in this given? In this, first of all, they are giving introduction, what's purpose of this report, that's main point, why this report was required, and what was purpose of this report. Paper is low. What was purpose of this report, and its introduction, what scope of work, both are there, scope of work. Then another one is project description, then site description, project description, site description, then prevailing conditions, general geology of area, field exploration and testing. In this, we are drilling, sampling from boreholes, and field testing in boreholes, sampling from boreholes and field testing in boreholes, and excavation of trial pits, sampling from trial pits, field testing in trial pits, field density test, and then soil electrical resistivity testing, field soil thermal resistivity testing, laboratory testing, laboratory tests in sports, and surface and subsurface conditions, surface and subsurface conditions, ground materials, physical, mechanical and thermal properties, materials, physical, mechanical and thermal properties, materials chemical properties, sulfate content, that is chemical properties, sulfate content, chloride content, other chemical contents, oil and grease and hydrocarbons, pH value, then it is groundwater and cavity, groundwater and cavities. Then general discussion for choice of suitable foundations. This is foundation and general discussion for choice of suitable foundation. This is very important part because this is main part of soil testing. It's giving you recommendation, and that is footings on soil. That is general discussion for choice of suitable foundation. Because you shall get feedback by this report, and that is called footing on sand. Footings on sand means they are going to give you sand area. This is general consideration of settlement and consideration of bearing capacity. It says in general they have written about that soil. Then consideration of settlement, how much settlement would take place in that soil in long term or short term, and consideration of bearing capacity. A choice of type of foundations after considering general nature, consideration of settlement, and consideration of local issues. Then you can say choice of types of foundation, that is very complicated issue. Means they may give you something, some suggestion. It's up to design engineer to contemplate on that. It's not mandatory that design engineer would accept what they say. Interpretation of soil tests is very regretful, or very time consuming. And then you can say conclusions and recommendations. Conclusions and recommendations. Foundation depth and type. First type of foundation. Then foundation depth and type, which is also very big recommendation. Tank foundations and hydrostatic testing. Tank foundation. Tank of foundation, there are so many tanks, and nature of tanking itself is important. Then say allowable bearing pressure. Allowable bearing pressure. Then foundation settlement, soil design parameters. See class how they are doing. Allowable bearing pressure. This is bearing pressure you have to accept. Then settlement of foundation and soil design parameters, means they are giving you parameters related to soil so that you can further move on to that. Foundation subject to vibrations. That's another point. Means vibration can be machine vibration, or it can be your earthquake vibration or movement vibration. Then we go to, you know, in this in same, soil design parameters and foundations subject to vibration. This is the one, that is general consideration in designing dynamic basis. That's very important point. General considerations in designing dynamic basis. Dynamic basis means what? Not static but dynamic. When vibratory machine is there, there can be dynamic actions from foundation or due to earthquake, that can be. So general considerations in designing dynamic basis, this they would tell us based on soil studies. After that, this is subgrade evaluation and pavement consideration. Subgrade evaluation. What is subgrade, how it shall work, and what it shall work. And in this are objectives, method of analysis, and subgrade properties. Then recommended type of pavement, and then officials, and okay, so objectives, method of analysis, subgrade properties, recommended type of pavement, general considerations. These are 5 important points we have to think of. Means it's not simply report, it's giving you direction in that way. That's what is professional requirement. Means your objectives, your analysis, its subgrade properties, and recommended type of pavements. What pavement you have to do that, and general consideration. After that, earth pressure parameters. Earth pressure parameters are very important. That may be Rankine theory or something else. The earth pressure, because retaining wall, earth pressure, and foundation pressure shall be generated by earth pressure. Superimposed load, etc. shall affect earth pressure. Site preparation, clearing and grabbing, and cut and fill. Side slopes, protecting and monitoring. Cut and fill side slopes, protection and monitoring. Earth dikes and berms. Drainage, dewatering, excavation method and excavability, and excavation, side slopes, and lateral support system. This is final report actually, that's why I'm trying to tell you everything what I have said on here. Backfill material and compaction criteria, and in that fill they are saying they are putting structural fill or general fill. Two are good. Structural fill and general fill. Then borrow sources. From where you borrow this? Where are the borrow sources? From where can you import? The BARRO borrow sources. Soil resistivity and corrosivity. In these borrow sources, soil resistivity and corrosivity, foundation concrete. This is a very complicated one actually. You can say borrow sources, self-known soil resistivity and corrosivity, foundation concrete, and tectonics of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. Then there is tectonics of southeast. And then you can say after this is because it's tectonics of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, seismic and earthquake area of southern region of Arabian Peninsula, means one was this was southeast, then it is southeast region seismicity and earthquake. Previously was tectonics of that area. So tectonics is one and seismicity and earthquake is other one. Ground shaking and free field ground acceleration. Ground shaking and free field ground acceleration. After that beautiful statement of Arabian Peninsula, ground shaking and free field ground acceleration, liquefaction and densification, collapse potential, swelling and shrinkage potential, inspection during foundation excavation. And then important note is there. We'll see. I'm just trying to communicate to you what is content in this. Then list of figures are there. That is list of figures. It says there's one figure. It says major faults in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula. Then there's another figure which says seismicity affecting southeastern region of Arabian, whatever is peninsula is not completely. Then same way earthquake area in southeast region of Arabia and average values of maximum accelerations in rock. And then there is a list of tables. Tables means tables I should say. Rows and columns there are these tables we call them. Right. And that may be on Excel or that may be on graphic, word representation and PDF. So in these tables it's given existing ground level, plant coordinates, UTM coordinates and depth for boreholes. Very important one, as I said, existing ground level. It's then existing ground level plane coordinates, UTM coordinates, and excavated depth of trial pits. Trial pits. Previously was boreholes and this now trial pits. Proposed foundation level, foundation type. It is then, proposed foundation level, foundation type, and trial pits, and then allowable bearing pressure, proposed foundation levels, foundation type, and allowable bearing pressure, and then representative compression waves and shear wave velocities. After this bearing pressure, representative compression wave and shear wave velocities, then summary of CBR and modified Proctor. Some masses. Messages for reticular disturbance. यही काम है इनको. Okay. So I think the massive electron will disturb now. So representative compression wave and shear wave velocities and summary of CBR and modified Proctors, earth pressure and soil parameters, soil capacity, soil viscosity, Then summary of CBR and modified Proctor, we got it, and earth pressure and soil parameters, soil corrosivity and versus resistivity. These are very important active points. Then there is table of contents continue and list of appendices. What is that? In this is called list of appendices, and I think this is last page of this index. There's appendix A that gives location of boreholes and trial pit. Location of borehole and trial pit means layout. Then it is legend to lobes of boring and trial pits. There's one legends, legends, you can say legends to logs of boring and trial pits. Then there's a logs of boring and logs of trial pits, generalized subsurface profiles. And then there's an appendix C, that is field test results. There's field density test results, soil electivity, resistivity test results, soil thermal resistivity test results, standard penetration test results. Then this is appendix D, which is laboratory test results. Laboratory test results is grading curves, Achterberg limits, and soil classification. Do you know Achterberg limits? in which we say liquid state, semi-liquid state, solid state, that we call it heterogeneous. In this is laboratory test results. There are important tests without which we cannot decide anything in soil. As I said, grading curves. Grading curves, attribute limits in soil classification is very important. Just to understand what soil is and how can we change it. And then the moisture content test. Moisture content, percentage of moisture in soil. Then it is moisture density relationship test results. Moisture density relationship. Percentage of moisture and what density is. This result means we have to decide which density is best or not. Then and after that, moisture density relationship test results is CBR test results. CBR, California Bearing Ratio, which is very important for road pavements and where traffic moves, and not for foundations but for heavy duty pavements and facility structures. These are heavy roads. Heavy trailers move there. Heavy trailers means heavy roads are there. Truck moves and machines move. They understand this noise. laboratory permeability test results. Laboratory permeability test results very important. Water passing through that. How much water will pass through that is very important point, because it disturbs so much. If it is clay soil, if it is sandy soil, we'll see what report says. Laboratory thermal resistivity test results. Laboratory thermal resistivity test results. Thermal resistivity test. Heat means how little heat can be allowed to pass, or how soil stops flow of heat. That is thermal resistivity test. Then oil and grease test results. Oil and grease test results. And chemical test results for soil and groundwater. You can see how many tests are given here in this report. This appears to be a professional report covering a lot of soil mechanics parameters, and this is worth understanding, reading from the point of view lot. Such reports may not be available in our country because we don't have professional laboratories here, and moreover, no one would pay the laboratories high fees for all these testings. Then oil and grease test results, and then chemical test results for soil and groundwater. Chemical test results for soil and groundwater. If you go further, you will find I am going each point by point so that something should be understood what I am talking. I don't want to run away fast because this is technical paper, technical report. It's no joke for people. Means it's very powerful technical report, and running fast here would not serve any purpose. That's my point here. Now if you move further on this, you will find one introduction here. Introduction is about project, and then purpose of study there is. Now introduction is known, we'll talk later on what about this introduction, and I'm just giving a purpose here. Purpose of study, why this report was instructed, why this investigation was instructed, what was purpose of that. And purpose of study is to determine surface and subsurface conditions at proposed project, and physical, mechanical and chemical properties of investigated ground in order to provide structural engineer with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundation. This was purpose. Again I read this, is very important. Study is to determine surface and subsurface conditions at proposed project, and physical, mechanical and chemical properties. Physical, mechanical and chemical properties of investigated ground in order to provide structural engineer with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundation. The scope of work is, let us see what is scope of work. Just for informative purpose I am telling you. Collecting information and maps. Collecting information and maps particular to site, such as public services, site plan and land use maps. Making inspection visits to the site to collect information. Making inspection visits to site to collect information about present land use, surface topography, geological features and surface drainage. Drilling total 28 numbers boreholes. 28 number boreholes. In situ testing and sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples. Sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples. Excavation of 3 number trial pits. Excavation of 3 number trial pits. Carrying out 14 number field density tests. Field density tests 14 numbers and carrying out 18 number electrical resistivity tests. 18 number 18 electrical resistivity tests with 0.75 meter, 0.75 meter, 1.5 meter, 2.5 meter and 3 meters, 4.5 meter spacing. Means one is 0.75 meter, other is 1.5 meter, means another 0.75, then 2, another 75, then 3, then another 75, and then 4.5 is 1.5. Means first, second, third, fourth are at distance of 0.75 each, and last one was 4.5 meters. 4.5 meter spacing. Other one means that there is increase in that's 1.5 from 7.5 and for 18 numbers. So carrying out 6 number field thermal resistivity tests. 6 numbers field thermal resistivity tests. Carrying out physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory testing as follows. What tests they did? Let us understand. They did particle size analysis in soil samples. They collected samples, soil samples, and what they did? Particle size analysis, materials passing number 200 CO. Moisture content, Achterberg's limit, modified Proctor and California bearing ratio, and then you can say lab thermal resistivity, permeability, chemical analysis including the determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH, calcium carbonate and magnesium, oil and grease and petrochemical hydrocarbons. This was in soil samples. And in ground water, what they did? Chemical analysis in groundwater, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content, sulfate content, pH and magnesium, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons. Performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings. Developing conclusions and recommendations for design and construction and reporting. And then it starts project description and all that is regarding project, which we will talk of later on. We will talk not now that one, later on we will talk. This purpose of today's indication was just to briefly introduce about this file, what this contains, and that's very important point. After all, what's purpose, Why I am wasting all this time or using, you can say, not wasting, what for? I have observed people have very little knowledge of these subjects. Soil, materials, contracts, and site engineering. We have very good design engineers in date, that's no doubt. We have top level design engineers, but those people are interested only in designs. That is unfortunate. I consider this part also design. Just using software and designing is not design. Immersing yourself in design is design. If you are just only in Stat Pro or E-Tab just to find stresses and design and give details to site and thinking your job is over, I don't think that's right approach. There your job starts, but you can't convince them. They want to run away from that responsibility. Let them run. Let me put on the fan off, it's disturbing me. Life is a responsibility. It's not simply saying I am a structural engineer, I am not a civil engineer. You may be a structural engineer, you may say for me it's nothing. I don't consider that finish. My only designation is delivery. Can you deliver? That's my point. If you cannot deliver, as I said in beginning, think and deliver. Think what? Think a project. Think everything. What do you want? Imagination. Yes, imagination. Or how to convert that imagination to practical shape. That's also thinking. That is one point. Deliver. Connection is a must. That doesn't happen here. If you design something, it is thinking. You are thinking and doing, giving drawings to someone, documents to someone. Here problem is, I am designer, my duty is to design. I don't know anything else. Don't you write a specification? No, I don't know. I only do design. You are giving designs. You are not involving yourself with specifications. Who will do that? Someone else. Who is that someone else? How can that someone else understand what is in your mind? During design, what do you think? Can that someone else understand? So that someone else who is writing, who writes your specifications for your project, he does not have any coordination with you. You are not mutually coordinating with each other. You are not communicating to that person what I want, what I contemplated, what I thought. And that person creates his own. That person writes his own. Without knowing what do you want. That's why I am a specifying engineer. Okay, you are a specifying engineer. You are a technical engineer. Yes, I write technical only, and he produces books of specifications. I am just giving an example. Design is based on some specifications, and you are just design, and that specification is based on design. Both are interrelated. What design seeks, that specification should answer. What specification says, the design should come in line with that. But both do not work together. Then that specifications is comprehensive with that design or is not comprehensive. Who shall make sure that? There is no one to make sure. Then they look at cost. We want to minimize cost. Okay, minimize cost. While you minimizing costs, you scrap all class 1 designs and class 1 specs. Scrap this is specs. Specs is change it, write it, write it. So you will devalue that specification. Is that correct? Then the devalued specs and devalued design both are the devalued means substandard, or you can say not highest standard. Those are then sent to bidding section. There is a person who is a bidder. I mean, it's not bidder actually, a person who documents all bidding coverage. What documents we have to hand over to bidder for purpose of bidding. There is another person. He is responsible BOQ, bill of quantities. He is responsible contract conditions. Contract conditions, because contract condition is another person. Very good, another person. He is busy in conditions of contract. That designer, what does he want, that person does not know. And what specifies it, that person doesn't know. What owner wants, nobody knows. And what should be done, nobody cares. So that person has another world. That person who produces documents for contract, he takes all specifications from specifier, he collects all designs from designers, then he imports his own, and also he tries to use quantities from quantity engineer and takes plan from planning engineer. That planning engineer or scheduling engineer never had anything what with your you can say design engineer or with specification engineer. So this way, all departments come one by one, and documents are created. Ill coordinated documents, ill mutually explanatory documents. Those documents are sold for bidding, and buy these bidders buy them because they have to take project. They least bother. Okay, we'll take care, no problem. Those give to someone else who sits on their quantity engineer, and they start bidding, tendering, or you can say this software again, Timberline software or whatever is now. I don't know which one is our. And quantities, they believe in that, they don't do their quantity. Then quantity guy is considered of those foolish. He don't know, I don't know what he did, but he knows. But they believe, we don't short of time, why do you believe in this quantity? So there are many more mistakes from bidder end. So this way we move. Do you think this is the right way? At no location you find there was comprehensive work done, quality work done. So if every location you are doing that, how can you see comprehensively you get quality system move? That's my point. I'm not against anything. Means one person does not understand what this project is about, neither at engineer's office, not at contractor's office. There is no coordinator there in bidder who can understand, who can tell someone this is that project, this is risk involved, this is time involved. Maybe there is, maybe there, I don't know. But that person is interested in winning project so that he can make money or that company can make money. That is ultimate purpose. So where is project? I am talking of both. I am talking of both FIDIC based construction management project and EPC management project. Construction, when you are getting design from designers, this is red book which we have closed already. We have discussed on that, and now we are in moved to silver. So we are talking of this, that design contract has to do, but design basis will be given by consultant or engineer. So they are the. So now we have to understand if there is no division of responsibility. Division of responsibility is there, but unknown, there is no definition, there is no coordination. Nobody can with guarantee say what I have done is clear cut. I have fully apprised other people what I have done, and other people have fully apprised me what they have done, and we have talked to each other. We have understand all these documents. We have not seen those documents. How can you say understand those documents? Have you seen those documents in 1 hour? It's not possible. So you don't lie to each other. Clearly say we are not coordinated. Simple. Because coordination takes time. Coordination takes time. You have to go through all drawings. All of these people involved, all of these professionals involved must go through all drawings, all the details, every time if you want present professional bid documents of someone. Otherwise, your documents are papers only, not professional documents. This point is very, very brilliant point. And if you people do not take into your consideration this point, then I am sorry, I am helpless. It takes time, but it's project. Billions of dollars, or billions of rupees. It will affect many people. It will affect owners, contractors, managers, and vendors, and other vendors, and other vendors and subcontractors. It is going to affect lives of everybody. And then safety, everything is there. You cannot simply say we have gone through BIM and we have done that, building intervention management system, all this and that, implemented. No. That is valid only when professionalism exists. If there is no professionalism, that system is also rubbish. You cannot rely on that. Building information management system. How can you rely on that? If people are working on their own without any mutual interest, mutual coordination, mutual, you can say agreements, mutual meetings and all that, how many meetings, how many minutes records are there, everything should be recorded. It's money that someone is going to pay to project. And if your specifications are non-realistic according to your requirement of drawings, if your quantification is wrong, of course it would be. There is contract clash, contract conditions clash with your requirements. There's a legal clash. You have to consider all this in contracting. FIDIC is not complicated, your inactions are complicated. FIDIC can be varied, we can change it using particular conditions. That's not a problem. Problem lies in your mind. That's the only reason I'm talking about this. I have no special interest in that. I have seen problems people do have. Till end of project, clarifications go on moving, queries keep on rising. Why? Once you have given clearance to project, there should be no question at all. But keep on moving and moving throughout currency of project. We should have done in 2 months or 1 month, most for 3 years or 4 years, and still you have to prepare record drawings, red line changes, means changes keep on moving and moving and moving and moving. And it happens. So that's what I said. I'm going to close it now because it's already more than 4 hours today, and it's too much if you take it to, although I can move up to 8 hours, but my system won't permit me. FB gives a facilities up to 8 hours if you can record live. It's a good one. I by chance came to know it recently when I was doing something. It can move to that, so let us say, let's move further for good time. If it happens tomorrow, let us see. And I put down it off. And thanks for your kind cooperation. And let us now think of if climate helps, if climate helps tomorrow or in coming time, or maybe I takes in between some other day. This is not getting down. Why? Alright, let me close it now. There was some problem due to, that's okay. I close it.